Okay, so
That's funny. Change one word.
yeah.
Oh, nice. That was good.
Do you want me to send you my guitar tracks that I did or cover
Yeah, send me
versions?
some of the stuff you were doing there. It was awesome.
I'm going to send you my guitar tracks that I made today. I made 4, I think. No, I made 5. I'm sure
You'll have
some
to
of it
rip them.
might be something I've played before, but
Yeah, you'll have to rip them so I can.
I will. I'm going to send them to you. Hang on here.
Well, you can just save them out of the studio, right?
I'm going to download them as MP3 and give
Yeah.
them to you.
Yeah, like individually.
Yeah.
Uh,
I don't even know what to call these. Guitar track from Oz 1 for Phil. Maybe I should put a date. Okay. Alright. I'll send you them when I'm done saving them. Ah, okay. So it didn't update. No. Or wait. I don't remember that going anywhere. What happened to those other riffs I made? They should be in the list. How long was this one? Might have been this one. Sounds strange. Oh, I think it's being played at a speed that's way too fast. That sounds so frigged up. It's like being sped up or something by the beats per minute or something. Oh no, I hope it didn't butcher all my tracks by having that on. Might have butchered them. That would suck. That would absolutely suck if that butchered my tracks. Which I think it did. Okay, maybe not. We're lucky on that one. But that other track got frigged up. That one sounds fine, but what happened to this? It's almost like it got sped up through a blender. I doing? Oh, it's the happy birthday. I was being a dork at the beginning. Okay. I was like, what did I do? Okay. That's the happy birthday thing. Okay, we don't need that one. We'll get the other ones. Unless you want it, I'll save it, but where are we here? Save, download. Number 3. Now we need number 4. I guess I'll save it for you. Alright, I'm sending you stuff. There you go, Phil.
Okay.
Okay. Cal is on a mission. I can see it. Okay, give me a sec here. I gotta stretch my legs for a sec, and literally I need a quick stretch, and I'll be right back after all that. Alright, I'm gonna load into this server and go stretch my legs. I just gotta make sure I refresh them. I'll be right back. Okay. Whew. Alright. How's it going over there, X-Man? How was your birthday, Phil?
Oh, pretty slow. I didn't do a lot.
Yeah,
I took it easy.
that's good.
Yeah, but good.
Good day?
Yeah.
That's good. Are you muted, Cal? Whoa, teleported a little. That was weird. Here we go. Refreshed it. Okay. I think Cal's AFK as well at the moment, so I can understand. Okay. Let's see. Well, we should be good. Should be good. Alright, let's check out some music for a bit here. Until he comes back. And make some stuff. Okay. Okay, let's see what we can do. Where's that first one again? Or maybe we'll do this one. Alright, we'll try that. We'll see what we can do. We do not need a BPM. It's D sharp. I'm gonna call this one the Pleiades. I guess we'll try that. See what it does at least. Whoops. I'm packing one. I can't even see how many credits I have left.
I know it's weird, eh? It doesn't show it.
What's going on with that? Why can't I
I don't
see?
know.
I don't
I'm
get
not
it.
sure.
I don't get it. That's fucking weird. Spark it up. I'm gonna be pumping shit out for the next 2 days like crazy. Spark it up. There's Cal. Cal's back. What's up, buddy? I think he is. Oh, maybe not yet. There it is. There it is. There he is. Cal's back. I was wondering when he'd be back. Brother Cal, what's up, buddy? Can you hear me? Are you muted, brother? He must be busy. That's neat. What's the other one? That's so heavy. It's like the new Metallica. Holy shit. I told him not to sing. It's supposed to be an instrumental. What the hell is it doing? What is it doing? There's no vocals. There's no vocals and it's singing. What What is he saying? Oh, there's no lyrics. There's like no lyrics, and he's singing the whole song. What the hell is going on? What is he saying? I can't understand him because he didn't sing it clearly like he usually does. There's no lyrics there, so he's just saying whatever he wants to. It's almost like he's slurring. This is the dream. Something we face the sound, or what? There's like a hidden message in this song, man. That's crazy. Spark it up. That's ridiculous. You still there, Phil?
Oh yeah.
There's like a hidden message in this song. I don't know where it came up with these vocals. Let's try it without like a vocal cue. Because I did tell it to do certain types of vocals, but I said I made no lyrics. But you'd think it wouldn't make any vocals because I told it to do no lyrics. That was cool, but I didn't tell it to do vocals, so it was weird. Excellent. Build it up. Yeah, that's right. That's what I played for the most part. That's cool. That little riff. That practically is what I played. us to all our faults. We need your help. We have no more time. We are getting in line to die. We look to the sky just before we die. We call upon your help.
Which one of these should I be downloading?
Pardon?
Oh, the small one, the short one is the happy birthday.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of potential with some of the stuff that I came up with. It's like new Metallica level shit. You know what I mean?
Hey,
It's cool. Hey, Cal, you're back.
sorry, man. I had muted you guys.
Oh, I was just wondering when you're coming back. That's all.
Yeah. Oh, I've been on.
Oh, I know. I've been talking to you for like
I'm
over
sorry.
half an hour.
So you finished your recording?
Yeah, I'm just editing. I'm taking my guitar tracks and putting it through the Suno program and telling it to use 100% audio influence with varying style influence levels to what I want. And it's incredible.
Wow.
Phil turned 66.
You did.
Yeah, I'm 20, no. What is it? 32 years away, I think, from that.
Well, 67, huh? So I'm
66.
only 4 years away.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's got the wisdom factor going.
The hell?
What is that? Oh. Oh, it's a
Oh,
tech
it's
trike. I ate like a handful of pretzel peanut butter bites today. That's it.
Does that make you thirsty?
I had a fucking back alley burger and home cut fries.
I am fucking starving. That sounds good though.
I got a
You
piece
got
of
the-
cake sitting on the counter waiting for me to munch that too.
Nice. What kind of cake?
Oh, just McCain Deep and Delicious.
Still, I love those. They're good. They're probably bad for you, but they taste great.
Well, I don't think any cake is technically.
They taste so good though. So do I need a password to join that server, Cal?
Oh, no. This is just official.
Oh, it's unofficial? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that Nirandil?
Nirendil.
Nirandil?
Yeah, I'm on North America.
Okay, let me take a look at the store.
These guys got too close to my plants.
Oh yeah, I believe it.
They got shot and now they're all mad,
Mm-hmm.
causing a ruckus.
Hey
All
Phil,
right.
did you hear about what X-Man shared with me? Tell him, X-Man.
Oh, I sent them some pictures. Watching a show, the new release of the Ancient Aliens.
Oh, the guy died.
Yes, but what they discovered is that all the cities of the Mayans are mapped. They are mapped to the stars.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Through the entire. They found all the cities, and then it was a young kid who discovered this.
Spark it.
They were they're all mapping. I put the I maybe you should put that on the general also those two pictures. But they can overlay the map, the stars, right on top of all the cities, and they matched
Cool.
to the
Yeah,
it's
one of the ancient
right.
alien guys died
Yeah, I know.
mysteriously, and he even said he posted some shit about this stuff, eh?
Yeah,
And
he said he didn't want to die and he didn't want to commit suicide. His biographer died 2 days before him.
Yeah, something really bad is going on there.
I'm sharing some shit, Phil.
It's like the people from like the researchers and scientists and UFO people. It's like 14 now.
Yep. Isn't it crazy?
That's crazy, man. Crazy shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. I'm sharing it to general chat. Phil, look at general. I'm sharing another one too. Hang on. Look. It's pretty remarkable. And yes, I think there's people being murdered because they know something they shouldn't, in someone's opinion, or they're talking about it.
He's on that one episode. The one that died.
Yeah, David Wilcox.
Well, yeah, he's on it. They're talking about all the ley lines and how all the stones transmitted energy, created energy from the earth and transmitted along those ley lines.
Yeah.
Free energy for the world.
You know what? As soon as you start talking about free energy, that's when you die. That's what I've noticed. Or disappear.
Can't have that.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Well, you know what bugs me? You got I understand that there's only so much you can do within one term as a president, but he's all about oil, man. I get it, though. He'd be dead if he was pushing free energy.
I don't know, man. Trump doesn't do anything without thinking it thrice.
I would like to believe that. Based on what I've seen in general, yeah, I'd like to believe that.
Crazy. Hey, so what did you can we hear some of the stuff that you recorded or
okay, yeah. Let me share it with you. Is this done recording or processing yet? How is it still processing?
Oh, you're still doing that.
Oh, I'm editing stuff that I'll share. Hang on here. I want to see if this actually did good. I don't know why it says it's still processing. That's bullshit. Let me create another one. I wonder if it'll finish if I click on... Yeah, it did. Okay, there we go.
Oh, so it was completed.
Here, check this one out, Cal. I'm going to share it with you. This is one version that's using 100% of my audio track as influence, my guitar track, my playing, and then 28% of the style influence. So hang on here. Copy link. Here, check this out. I told it not to do vocals, but we'll see if it does it anyway. I'm going to call this song The Pleiades. I'm just going to keep working with it till I find one I like a lot and refine it. Okay.
added lyrics for the song and I uploaded it.
Pardon?
It wrote words for the song when I uploaded it.
I know. It's I know. There's like a hidden message in this song. I don't
No, this one's got
understand.
lyrics.
I've been telling it no lyrics, just an instrumental, and it starts telling me a fucking message from the fucking stars. I don't understand. It's like what's happening?
This is crazy what it's put in here.
I
Lyrics.
know. It's ridiculous today. I don't get it.
No, it's actually written things out.
It did that for me too before. There's been times when I'm like just putting in a fucking guitar track that I wrote, right? And it'll come up with an entire song just because it heard my guitar track and comes up with a whole friggin' vibe of a song and the lyrics are there and everything. It's happening even though I told it no lyrics and it's still putting vocals in, so I'm tweaking it.
Wow.
That was a neat take, the one I shared with you, Cal. That was kind of cool. I like that. It did some neat little riff, like solos off of what my heavy rhythm leads were. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Let me see. Oh, that's the pleat.
Yeah, the Pleiades. It's just one take. I'm gonna keep making more until I find one I like a lot, and then refine that. You know.
Okay, let me check it out.
Definitely work in progress. This is heavy though, keep that in mind. It's less heavy than some of the other ones I did, and it's more melodic heavy, but still, you'll see what I mean. It's not like rip your damn head off, but yeah.
Let me just listen to this. Okay.
Okay.
took the 6-minute fucking track that I uploaded, and it made it 2 minute and 22 second and a 2 minute. Shared mine with you.
Give me 1 sec. I'm just listening to one, Phil. I'll look at it in a sec. Okay, I'm gonna check yours out, Phil. Here, hang on. Okay, I'm gonna check yours out, Phil. Here. It took my riff note for note, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. It's not making them long enough though.
No, you'll have to mess with it a little bit, maybe. I don't know. It's crazy though, like how like those are just some of the ones I first picked out of the first couple that I made.
Yeah, I guess yeah, it's 3 minutes long. With that rhythm, maybe if you put the lyrics, it would kind of make it not so repetitive.
Well, that's the whole point, Cal. I don't have lyrics that I've written for it yet, so I didn't want to make the AI come up with lyrics. I wanted to write my own lyrics, but I wanted to come up with like a rough template and then go with lyrics. And then just, that's how I usually do it. But sometimes I'll do lyrics at the beginning.
So what exactly? So you uploaded the rhythm to it?
I uploaded my rhythm and my leads, but I didn't necessarily do too many leads. I did all the rhythms.
Oh,
And
pretty
then
good.
the AI program takes it. Phil's sharing right now what some of the other tracks that I made are sounding like with him making some in the same program.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I mean, if somebody was trying to like to put some music to a movie, they could easily do it with this
Oh yeah.
with this thing.
I think I would be
It's already been done.
I would
It's
be
already
able
been
to
done.
make so much
Yeah.
frickin' stuff. I would love to do movie stuff.
As a matter of fact, X-Man, as a matter of fact, some of the biggest hip hop songs in the world right now on the charts are AI music, and the guy raps over top of it. I'm making one myself for
Yeah.
a guy. The guy downstairs, he's an artist, and so I created this music for him, and he loves it. And he came up to my studio and recorded all the vocals for it the other day. And so
That's
I'm
cool.
mixing those together, and he's going to release it on his
Cover.
profile, on his social.
Oh,
So yeah, it can be done. The other thing you can do is, I've done it. I've already done it with all my original tracks of my band. I've uploaded it, and by manipulating
remaster it?
Hey,
Are you talking like remastering it?
yeah.
Your music? Yeah.
So you're basically polishing your song up, but it's the same song and it's got the same lyrics. And now they got a new thing where you can upload the sound of your voice. So it takes the sound of your voice and takes and it does an AI version of your voice, and then basically makes a copy of your song, exact copy of your music.
It just applies it to the digital format. Wow.
Yeah, it's incredible what it does.
That is amazing.
It is. If you ever have any audio tracks you want me to run through it, just send them my way and I'll show you what it can do if you give me some style inputs too.
For example, here's something you can do. If you're like a guitar player, like my buddy Jake, he plays the blues, right? Well, there's no copyright on the blues, so you can create 12-bar blues, 8-bar blues, 6/8 time signature blues, and just make instrumentals, right? And then Jake
Right.
comes in, and we rip out the guitar parts, and he goes in and he makes his own guitar parts and stuff, and records and uses the backing music as the music for his recordings. He goes back in, sings the vocals on top. So we just record blues instrumentals, and then you go in and you redo it on top of it. So now you got the drummer and the bass player, and possibly a keyboard player. You can put a horn player in if you want, or a harmonica player. You can have backup singers, and you basically go in, strip the stems, take the guitars out, and put your own guitars and vocals back in.
It's incredible.
And then release it.
Wow.
It's yours.
Amazing. That's
And it'll make an exact copy in better quality of your song. Like you hired real
A professional
musicians.
mixer and musicians.
Yeah.
Like
Some
you
of
literally
them-
hired studio musicians to come and record your album with
To
you, and
be-
and a professional studio engineer and producer and everything. It just does it all.
To be fair though, Cal, sometimes it's just squeak farts in the background noise in some of the stems. It's
Like
funny.
yeah, if you rip the stems apart, listen to things, you're like, holy shit, I can't believe that sounded like a guitar. And
Yeah.
But it does. It uses basically digital samples of the sound of what a guitar makes. It doesn't know. It doesn't care that it's a guitar.
Right.
Right.
It just strips out the different sonic differences from the song. And so now, and
Hi, Ben.
like in the song that I'm doing, the hip hop song, I ripped all the stems apart just to take the vocals out, more or less. But I wanted to rip it apart because there were certain pieces of the song I didn't want in there. Like there was this sound of people cheering at the beginning.
Yeah.
And when I isolated it, all it was is the static going. And in the background, it sounded like people cheering in the background. And I was like, that's incredible. And the other thing was the guitar part.
You okay, Rander?
The guitar part's separate from the saxophone, and yet they're in the same tonal range. So in one part of it, the guitar part gets captured by the stem of the saxophone. So the saxophone. So if you if you mute the guitar track, it'll play the saxophone track, and then all of a sudden you'll hear the guitar playing in the middle of the saxophone track, and then it'll disappear again. Because the AI wasn't able to pull the guitar and the saxophone completely apart.
Wow.
So there's all kinds of weird anomalies like that. But when it all comes together, it sounds pretty fucking real.
That is amazing.
So I got a couple here. Here's a blues instrumental that Jake's going to be recording guitar parts and vocals. He's going to write some lyrics for this.
How's your day going, Ozzy? Was my mic muted or not? I cannot tell you. Did I say that twice?
So I've already ripped the stems for this song. I'm going to pull the guitar out, and Jake's going to go in and just write his own guitar parts.
You there, Ben?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, spark it up. Are you at home?
Yeah, hold on, I'm getting a VC.
Okay, we gotta play a game together.
Alright.
Spark it up. That's tasty for the blues.
So they've already ripped it, like stemmed it out.
Yeah.
And then he says, "Can you do 6/8 time signature?" I'm
Yeah,
like,
of course.
So I go, okay, here's how this one. So the first one was 12 bar power blues, 100 beats per minute. That was it. That's the only prompt it got. This one is 6/8 time signature blues rhythm section only, 96 beats PM.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6
That's
over 8.
so good for the blues, man.
By the way, this prompt was no guitar.
Really?
Yeah.
And that did not work. Tasty grooves. Randy, where's my buddy? Yeah, that's nice.
Are you hearing this, Cal?
No,
Oh. Are you hearing this, Cal?
no.
What kind of music do you listen to?
Everything except rap.
Everything except rap.
Everything except rap.
Everything except rap.
He's like me, except
All
I
right.
just don't like country as well, but I'll listen to it before rap.
Let me
Oh, no,
play.
I love country music.
I just
Well,
don't
here,
like
have
the
a-
same repeated country shit that's repeated and made over and over. That's all. I like unique, kind of cool sounding stuff too.
Have a listen to this. This is my buddy's song that we covered, and we used and we made a version of his voice. So he sang. We recorded his voice and used it to do the vocals. And this is an exact copy of his song, all hopped up. And he's a blues musician, but you got to hear this song. It's my favorite song on his new album. He's got 2 albums out now. This is my favorite song. I remastered it with the AI, and it's a fucking amazing song.
Here, I'll mute my mic so you don't hear feedback.
I can mute my mic.
Don't hear anything.
Can you hear it now?
Nope.
If he's streaming, you might have to turn up his volume if you're watching his stream.
Let me hold on one second.
You might have to restart it, Phil.
Okay, yeah, I can hear it now. Turn off my screen.
Okay.
those tears so blue and low. Yeah, I know. Why you died for me on your cross for two. When you lied to me, said your love was true and low. Yeah, I know.
Yes, nice.
Why you died for me on your cross for two. When you lied to me, baby, broke my heart. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
That is nice.
How'd you like that? Now that's the
I
AI.
like
So
that.
that's the AI remaster of my buddy's song. So I have the upload of the original. The guitar is almost note for note. It's amazing.
Wow.
Now the vocals, it sounds like the same guy, but it's the guy's way like the AI guy has got way higher range than like anybody. Like when you listen to him do metal songs, the guy's got a 3 octave range. Like it's crazy. But anyway, I'm gonna play the original song that this was made from, and imagine, look how close it is. But the quality is just enhanced. So give me a second.
That is amazing. That is sounds almost identical. It's
Isn't
just
that something? And so that's the original.
crystal
Obviously,
clear. Yeah.
it's not as good like the AI version, just like a pumped up version of the same song.
Yeah. I mean,
So
but
so now, as an artist, people like myself who play who is mostly a singer, I can plop a guitar down, like I can record some tracks or whatever, or I can get Ozzy to write me some riffs, and I can come up with a song, and then I can go back and do my own vocals on the song and have my own recordings. And I don't have to worry about hiring a bunch of fucking pretentious musicians. And I don't have to worry about getting shitty guys that can't keep time or people that can't show up on time for band practice or recording session. I got the band right here. As long as it's my song and my lyrics,
yeah.
you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I don't even have to do my own vocals. It's my song. I wrote the song. And so the music isn't, you can't copyright the music really. You can copyright the lyrics in the music, but if you put your own lyrics in there, then it's really all yours. And plus, Suno gives you the copyright publishing rights anyway, so it doesn't matter. But so anything I create, I try and make sure it has my lyrics in it at the very least, right? If not
Right.
my guitar, riffs or Ozzy's guitar riffs. But Ozzy and I have done some songs with his riffs and my lyrics,
Uh-huh.
and they are pretty sick.
That's amazing. That is
I
just
did one about Ozzy, about a guitar player taking his aggression out on stage, and you know what I mean, and instead, just he holds it all inside until he goes up on stage, and then he gives it all to the audience, and the audience just keeps wanting more.
Yeah.
So the lyrics are pretty cool that way if you listen to the lyrics, and the riffs are all Ozzy. They're all his riffs.
nice.
So they're pretty cool.
Which one is it?
I want to see if I can find one here. Let me find one. Yep, here we go. Now, is it Chuggy? Is it Chuggy? Oh, it's Riffage 6.
I'm gonna make some burgers. I'll be back as quick as I can. I'm so hungry. I'm listening from upstairs though. I can hear you guys, and I'll come talk if you call me.
No, that's not it. That's not it. Hold on. Oh, no, come on. Make me go all the way back down
Could
again.
you hear me, Phil? I'll be right back. Okay.
Right?
I just need to make some late night dinner.
The Chunkity. I think this is it. Yeah, this is basically about Ozzy going on stage to get his aggression out.
I had to
Pretty
come
good.
back down and listen to that. I love that version. It's so cool.
That was pretty amazing.
Now, obviously, if we were to recut the guitars and the vocals, Ozzy would do different leads than they
Right,
do in
because
this one.
the AI is ripping the leads, Cal. All the rhythms are my rhythms, but the leads in that are basically all AI. Yeah.
Right. So we
Oh.
would go in and take that all out, and Ozzy would do his own style of guitar solos, right? Because it wouldn't be, because those things they're unrealistic. Let's put it that way.
Or their top echelon Steve Vai meets fucking, like other
Like
guys level.
it's like a
Yeah.
computer playing the guitar. Like they're too fast. It'd be nice if we do a run or two, but they overdo it with the AI.
Yeah, they do. I got to admit they do sometimes, but it sounds awesome.
So that's an idea um, of that Ozzy recorded, and then I uploaded, and then I made a cover of that, and I picked the one I liked, and then I wrote lyrics for it, and then I re-rendered it again, and come out with that. And I think that's a lot of fun just to do that. I just love it.
It is. See what you can come up with while I'm making my burgers. I'll be back. I'll be back and forth.
See if you can make a whole album.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
we
yeah.
could. We technically could if we really put our head
No,
to it.
while you make the burgers.
Oh, could you imagine?
Oh yeah,
You could do it. You could probably do it. That's funny. I'll be right back though. I'm back and forth. Spark it up.
Okay, let's see if I can keep you entertained. Here we go. I'm gonna find an. Oh, you don't like?
Phil.
you like dance
Phil.
music? Do
Wait,
you like-
Phil.
it-
Make
What?
make X-Man a song from fucking scratch. Show him how it works. Get him to build the song and everything maybe, or I don't know. Try that. You'll figure something out fun to do.
Sure, we'll do that. Well, like, do you like dance music at all?
Really?
Not really.
I
Okay.
mean, I can listen to it, but not really.
I got country songs I've done. I did a country song for my Pickers theme song.
Oh, yeah, I like country music.
Oh, you like my Pickers theme song? I'm gonna find it here. Maybe way down the list. So I wrote this song, and I did all the recording myself. Like I did a recording of it, a version of it, and then like I did the guitar parts, I did the bass, I did all the parts myself, and made like a demo version of the song, and then I loaded it up to AI and gave them the lyrics, and they made a version of it for me, and I did a couple different styles, and I like the country rock one myself the best. But I've got hundreds of songs in here. I got to go back a little ways to find it.
Dang, that's a lot of songs.
Can you see this?
Yeah. Holy crap.
Yeah, it's crazy. I wrote a song about the guy at the Salvation Army, that thrift store, that he gives me deals on stuff, right? He's a really nice guy, so I wrote a heavy metal song for him that sounded like Iron Maiden. All these songs here, these are from my original band, and I uploaded all my original songs and re-rendered them all with the AI back. Well, this is a while ago now, a couple months ago. I probably will do them again if I was going to do if I was going to release these. I'd do them again and use my own persona voice. Here we go. Now I don't know which one's which here, but it's one of these two. Okay, let's try this one first. No, I think it's this one. Yeah.
You know I love my honey. I don't got much money, but
That's pretty good. Nice work on the lyrics.
So that's the country AI version of my song. Now I'll play them by the original, which is right beside it here. So I did a pretty good job at making a demo of it. I was going to use that as my YouTube theme song, and for my so the first part of it, the first verse would be part of the intro to my YouTube videos, and then at the end I'd play the whole song out and put the credits on or whatever, and any links and stuff at the end I'd let it run. And so I'd have it's only about a minute and a half. But it's purposely designed so that you can take 15 seconds of a chunk, or you can take a 30-second chunk, and you can edit it. And there's a certain group, like it's the timing of the song is set so that the end of the bar ends up right at 15 seconds. Right. So it's created for radio or for television as an intro on purpose that way. And so,
Right.
right. And so anyway, having said that, it came out pretty good, and I was happy with it. I would have used this, maybe polished it a bit, mastered it, but the original isn't that half bad. But I just had such a great time when I was rendering off versions of it. But I like the country rock version the best because I think it suits the picker lifestyle, right?
Yeah.
I don't know
yeah.
if you were catching the lyrics and stuff. Basically,
Yes.
it's about,
Yeah, I was listening to the lyrics.
right? They're awesome.
Yeah.
They're awesome. Anyway, I'll play the original for.
You know I love my honey. I don't got much money. When baby needs a new pair of shoes, I'm an early morning riser. My eyes on the prize, and I'm living with a new attitude. I'm a picker for life. Don't you dare tell my wife that her new Gucci shoes only cost a buck or two. Going through the county, searching for a bounty. Signs around the side of the road. Show me all your treasure, weigh it in a measure. You can just consider it so. I'm a picker for life. Don't you dare tell my wife that her new Gucci shoes only cost a buck or two.
Anyway, you get the idea.
Oh yeah. It's
I like
pretty
that
amazing how it
solo.
cleans
Play
it
my
up.
solo.
Oh.
Play my. I came back. Play my solo. Play that little
Oh, no,
solo.
yeah, no.
Okay.
So that's basically the drum machine, right? And my really bad guitar playing, and my bass playing wasn't so bad, but the guitar playing is pretty sloppy, and so it's a demo version of the song.
Right.
And I was like, okay, well, it is what it is. I'll try and tweak it and polish
And I
it a
came
bit,
up with
but
the guitar solo in 5-10 minutes.
then I decided, okay, let's upload it to the AI and make a real version of it, and that's what
Yeah.
we come up with. And I think it sounds fucking cool.
Yeah.
It does.
The country version. I don't think there's another version of it.
I don't know.
I have 308 songs on my list here. Crazy.
I have like 8,000.
Yeah.
It's fucking nuts. It's nuts.
Okay, so now we're gonna do a song about X-Men.
Yeah. Okay. He's gonna pick all the styles. He's gonna pick all the lyrics. He can make, if he wants, he can make lyrics, or you can make a style for the lyrics to be written about.
Let the AI make some lyrics.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so go to the thing for him, and he can pick the entire style.
So we're gonna clear this.
Okay, I'll be back
Okay.
again.
I'm gonna get rid of all these. Okay, no more lyrics. We're going to make automatic lyrics. You want a female voice or a male voice?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. What kind of style of music do we want?
How about let's make it reggae?
Reggae.
Yes.
Okay.
See what it comes up with.
I don't know what to add to that. Congas. Okay. Okay. All right. 60 beats per minute, maybe.
Sounds
Sounds
good.
about right.
Yeah.
Sure, 60 beats per minute.
3 minutes to flip burgers.
Okay, let's see what else.
It's a late barbecue there.
It is, buddy. 2:16 in the morning. But you know what? The music came first today. That's for sure.
But it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yep. Yep.
5 p.m.
What kind of style is it, Phil?
You'll see.
Okay.
Let's see.
It's different.
Ooh, this is going to be neat. I bet you it's going to be like, wow, 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 wow. We're going to hear it.
It's
It's going to
both.
be
Yeah,
neat.
that's what I'm shooting for.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I love how it looks like an arcade machine on the top. Do you see that? It made an AI image of X-Man Cometh. Yeah, that's what it's called. All right.
So did you sign up? Is this thing free or do you have?
Yes, it is free, but anything you create that's free is not yours to keep. Like if you put lyrics in, you keep your lyrics on the free model, right? But anything you create on the free model can be used for you to listen to, but you cannot go beyond sharing it with someone to listen to. If you share it with someone to listen to, that's fine. You know what I mean? But you cannot publicly post it on something or put it on something. Like, say, for example, you wanted to have songs custom made for your ARK servers. You could do that, but you would need to have the first paid model of it, which is Pro, and then anything that you make with that program, you have 100% rights to distribute. I'll be right back. The oven's beeping. It's
All right.
really cool.
All right. Are you ready?
All right, let's see.
Oh, here we go. Here we
That was
go.
quick.
This is awesome.
X-Man in the chair. Something's moving like a flare. Late night snack, cold air. Loaded in, he don't care. New map, clean sweep. Eyes locked in, no sleep. One more match, one more peek. He got the whole chat weak. He reads the room fast. Then he makes it look easy. Hit that perfect path. Now everybody sees me. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer. X-Man, X-Man, he the main
It's crazy.
win after win, yeah, he live for
Isn't it incredible?
Yeah.
I'm loving this.
Headset on, voice calm, stacking points like a bomb. Cold hand, hot palm. He keep the pressure on. Boss fight, blink once. Now the whole screen done. Last round, last chance. He already won. He reads the room fast. Then he makes it look easy. Hit that perfect pass. Now
Word,
everybody
man.
sees me. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer. X-Man, X-Man, he the mainframe savior. Win after win, yeah, he live for the danger. X-Man, X-Man.
That is so freaking crazy.
When the room gets loud, he gets even colder. One more crown right now. Put the game on his shoulder. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer. X-Man, X-Man, he the mainframe savior. A win after win, yeah, he live for the danger. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer.
That is insane how that quickly came up with that.
Isn't it crazy how quick it did that?
Holy
And not just
crap.
that, it made two of them. There's another
Yeah,
one.
there's two of them.
It
So-
made two?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes two.
It always
And by the
makes
way,
two.
I went to the bathroom and made a tea and put a teapot on, and I mean, it would have been faster than that. It only takes about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow,
It's
holy
very
crap.
quick. And sometimes the songs are 7-8 minutes. I'll be right back again. I gotta go to the
But
stove.
you can tell him not to make it that long, right?
I think so. I've told it to make it 4 minutes. I've told it to make it 5 minutes, and it'll usually be within 30 seconds to a minute of my request. On average.
Isn't that amazing, though?
Yeah.
That is amazing. That is crazy. So did you sign up for the pro?
Yeah. No, I got pro. Austin's got ultimate.
What? Ultimate
Well, he has the full mixing capabilities.
capabilities? Ah,
And he
gotcha.
he gets more. I only get 2,500 credits a month, but I can't use that up anyway.
Ah,
Like I get 2,500 credits. He gets like 25,000 or something.
no wonder he's got thousands.
Like he just renders hundreds and hundreds of songs. I just kind of work like again. I could make more myself. I never even use all the ones I have usually. So
I
Learn
heard
I
you
don't
guys
think-
talking. I have Premier, which is the top tier model. You can make 2,000 songs a month. That's why it's growing fast.
It takes 5 credits per song, and I get 2,500 credits a month. So
That's plenty. Oh,
I think
All right,
I
let's
get
listen to the other one.
10,000 credits. X
we're gonna listen to the second one.
Okay, I'm going back and forth.
X-Man in the chair, thumbs moving like a flare. Late night snack, cold air, loaded empty, don't care. New map, clean sweep, eyes locked in, no sleep. One more match, one more peek. He got the whole chat weak. He reads the room fast, then he makes it look easy. Hit that perfect pass. Now everybody sees me. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer. X-Man, X-Man, you're the mainframe savior. Win after win, yeah, he live for the danger. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer. Headset on, voice calm, stacking points like a bomb. Cold hand, hot palm, he keep the pressure on. Boss fight, blink once, now the whole screen done. Last round, last chance, he already won. He reads the room fast, then it makes it look easy. Hit that perfect path. Now everybody sees me. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer. X-Man, X-Man, the mainframe savior. Win after win, yeah, he live for the danger. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer. When the room gets loud, he gets even colder. One more crown right now, put the game on his shoulder. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer. X-Man, X-Man, the mainframe savior. Win after win, yeah, he live for the danger. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer.
I like the way the music is on this one. That's pretty crazy.
Which one did you like better? I like the second one better, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I like this one. The second one, I like the way the music is playing in the background.
It's moodier. It's got
Yes,
some mood.
yeah,
It's pretty good.
Yeah, and there's a lot of when each instrument does this little thing, it gets emphasized more than the other one.
Would you like me to post a copy of that for you?
How are you gonna post that?
Oh, watch this. Download MP3 audio. Beep bop boop. I'll put that in my music folder. AI Phil. 2026-04 is my newest folder. I'll put it in there. Whoops.
Oh, you can post it directly to me, right?
Oh, and then I'm gonna load it into Discord. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Why aren't you in my list?
You can click right on my name on
Yeah,
the.
I'm going
on
to.
the-
I just gotta
yeah.
figure out where the fuck I am. Oh, here we go. Okay. X-Men. How do I upload to this?
You just drop in the MP3 there. I forgot that you can do that.
Um, how do I do that? I can't. Oh, you mean drag it over?
Yeah, you can just drag it and drop it right in there.
How do I get that out of the way? Fuck, I can't. I gotta go there. I'll figure it out. I'm a big boy.
Yeah, oh, it's because you only have one screen?
No, I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it in the. You have access to the Guitar Guru Gods.
No.
It's in Ozzy's. He's got all these lists here. Do you have access to
Uh,
those?
And on his channels?
Yeah.
What is
One's
it
called
called?
Guitar Guru Guys. That's where we usually post all the songs and stuff.
Guitar Guru. He's got. Oh, I see it. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not it.
It says Guitar Guru Goods or good. Yeah, Guitar Guru Goods.
These things are not sorted alphabetically. That's a pain.
Really? Yeah, he's got all these chat channels here, or these these channels for posting different things.
It's a voice or is it a text channel?
Just a text channel.
Hey,
Oh, okay. Let me look at the text channels. Guitar Guru.
I made it so only Phil could see it. I'm making it so X-Men can see it.
Okay.
X-Men can see it. Hang on. I just have to add him. It's so that people wouldn't steal ideas.
Yeah. No, well, he was trying to send it
Well,
directly to me, but
I can post it into the general chat channel.
No.
not a big-
I'm giving
No,
him
no.
permission to see it. It's okay. X-Men isn't someone I'm worried about. You know what I mean? So he can see it now.
I can. Where? Okay, let me search.
It's in
Where is
between
it?
Jack's Vault of Videos and Important Groceries.
Oh, I see it. I
Yeah,
got
okay,
it. I
I'll
got
be
it.
right back, okay?
Just give me a second. I'm going to post in there.
Okay.
I think I posted the right one. Yeah, that's the one. I made two more. This time I made a ska one. So it's still reggae, but it's 132 beats per minute.
Or is it a little different?
It didn't do anything.
No.
Oh, it did. It sped up one of them. Didn't do it as fast as
Yeah,
I wanted it to.
that one is a little faster.
All right, let's give it a shot. Let's see what it sounds like.
Oh, this sounds like Cuban reggae. This actually sounds like Cuban reggae, and I've heard Cubans play reggae, and this is what they sound like.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does sound Cuban. Definitely. I'm gonna make another. So now what I'm gonna do? I like this song. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this version. I'm gonna make another version of it. Only I'm gonna change the style and see what it does. So we'll listen. We'll listen to this for the moment.
Sticks. Thumbs dance quick, don't miss. Room full of empty cans. You chase that win again. You don't blink for days. Hit pause and you reload new skin. Same gold every move clean every hit mean. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer. X-Man, X-Man, born for the danger. One more round, you on the screen. X-Man, X-Man, can't touch your dream. Headset on, you talk that talk. Circle tight when you walk. Combo strings, perfect timing. Every comeback climbing. When the boss gets mean, you stay cold, you lean. Last life, last shot, still you never stop. Hit pause and you reload new skin. Same gold every move clean, every hit mean. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer. X-Man, X-Man, born for the danger.
Spark it up for the X-Men.
X-Man, X-Man, can't touch your dream. Hands up, level complete. Crowd your name on repeat. One crown, one throne. You built it on your own. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer. X-Man, X-Man, born for the danger. One more round, you on the screen. X-Man, X-Man, can't touch your dream.
Yeah.
Oh, sounds good too.
That's the ska version of X-Man.
Yeah.
And see how it create every time you do a new creation, it creates a new set of lyrics as well.
Wow. The, some of them, some of the main choruses remain the same, but it's amazing that you could do that. Just still, okay, now make this into a country music.
Oh yeah.
You want to know what I did, Cal?
Uh,
I literally told AI to remake I'm Blue, Dabba Dee Dabba Die, like the fucking song without using the lyrics. And I basically sorry for swearing. I went and looked up how the song was made, what key it was in, what beats per minute it was in, like all these like specific words musically that encompass that song, and I made an incredibly catchy song. And it doesn't
Out of
even
that-
sound the same. It just has a similar like key
Feel?
yeah, and it follows the same kind of it's a similar key change and pattern, that's all.
wow.
Once you've established the pattern, the melody you like, okay. So the idea is to create the most basic version of the song you can. So you can just use a clean, you don't want crazy guitars. You just want a clean version of the song. So it's a country version is a pretty good version to start with, or just an R&B or like a poppy version, and then you get the melody you want, and you're like, okay, now I want to make that heavy metal, or I want to make that country, or I want to make that jazz, and it'll
Wow.
change it accordingly. So it's harder to take a heavy metal song and make it an acoustic mandolin song. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you
Yeah,
can take an acoustic mandolin song and make it a heavy metal song.
So the basic
Because
first.
once you go to the limit with the sound sonically, it's hard to kind of pull it back again. But yeah, very cool. All right, so let's see what we got here.
I think it's
So this
amazing.
is so I made a funk version of the song now, but this time I'm using that ska song we just heard.
Uh-huh.
I used it as the model, so it's going to have the same lyrics now, and I used it as the model to make this funk song. So it'll sound similar, only it's going to be funk instead of ska.
Wicked.
That is crazy. Is that a different version?
Hell yeah.
Or is this just a musical?
It was just preparing in an intro.
That's a crazy intro.
I know.
Chase that win again. Map by map, you level up. One more mass and double up. Quick reset, locked in gaze. You don't blink for days. Hit pause, then you reload. New skin, same gold every move clean, every hit mean. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer. X-Man, X-Man, born for the danger. One more round, you on the screen. X-Man, X-Man, can't touch your dream. Headset on, you talk that talk. Circle tight when you walk. Combo strings, perfect timing. Every comeback climbing. When the boss gets mean, you stay cold, you lean. Last life, last shot, still you never stop. Hit pause and you reload. New skin, the same gold. Every move clean, every hit mean. X-Man, X-Man, ultimate gamer. X-Man, X-Man, born for the danger. One more round, you on the screen. X-Man, X-Man,
I think
touch your dream.
Yeah.
there. You know what I picture this?
Well, what do you picture?
After the running credits of a movie about a gamer.
Yeah, exactly. I like this. I can see the credit roll.
Yeah. Crazy.
Hands up, level complete. Crowd your name on repeat. One crown.
That's insane.
That last one was a country rock flavor I added to
Oh
it.
yeah.
So country rock, ska, a bit of funk, a bit like jazzy drums. I just, but it's all based on that one ska song that had a nice melody to it. Da 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 dee,
Yeah,
da da dee.
yeah.
You know what I mean? That whole
Yep.
thing felt good, and so I took it and created something else with it.
That's amazing.
So I'll make a copy. Which one would you like? The funk one or the country rock one? Or you want
This
them
one,
both?
this one is really good. I love the introduction that
Yeah.
I did.
That last one we just played?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you a copy of that one then.
Hell yeah.
And I'm going to change the name of it to X-Man Country.
Okay.
It's not really country. We'll call it X-Man Funketh.
Nice.
There you go. I'll
Yeah,
save
I was-
that.
I was dancing on my chair.
That's awesome.
And now I upload that. There it is. It's in the channel too. Did you find the channel? You got to it, okay?
Yeah. I was able to get to that.
Okay,
Oh,
now you can download that one too. So now you got something. Put them on thumb drive. Go listen to them in your car. It'll sound amazing.
oh, God.
Amazing. Like put it in your car and crank it up to whatever the highest volume you can put your stereo in your car at before it starts to distort. Just that one notch before it distorts. And put that thing on and just listen to it. You'll be like, holy shit. And you play it for your friends. They're like, hey, check out. Somebody wrote a song for me. Because I'm the wicked gamer.
Oh, I will.
I did one for my buddy. He works at this factory and they make propane tanks.
Uh-huh.
And and he likes like Beastie Boys and that old school rap shit. So I made him a hip hop song about working in his factory building propane tanks. It's like a hip hop song, but the fucking lyrics are hilarious. And I made the lyrics for them. Like these, like I wrote a song out and then I made a hip hop song out of it.
That is cool.
Come here,
Holy
Randy.
crap.
Come here.
And I did a song. I've done songs for just all kinds of. I did a couple from my mom for Christmas.
Man.
She likes Welsh tenors. You know, that real kind of old school.
Come here, kitty.
You know, almost operatic singing. You know, those choir
Oh, yeah,
kind
yeah.
of stuff. Like
Yeah,
she's just
yeah.
old school. So I basically I made up some lyrics, and I made a Welsh tenor sing the song and played it for her. She started crying when she listened to
Oh my God.
it. It was awesome.
Oh, that's crazy.
Let's see if there's any other. What else have I got there? It's notable. I have a new song that I just did some new lyrics for. So this was a song that I rendered just randomly. I just gave it a topic and said, "Here, do this," and the prompt I gave it was, you know, heavy metals, this kind of heavy metal or whatever. And then I said, song about my blackened soul or something, I forget. And so it made this song called Blackened Soul. And I loved the song so much, but they weren't my lyrics, although they were kind of cool. So I got used to them. I'd been singing this song in my truck for 2 months, and finally I redid all the lyrics and I remastered the song with my own lyrics in it. And so it's one of my favorite songs I've made so far.
Nice.
I just got to figure out where. Oh, there it is, Blackened Soul. Which one was it? 2B. I believe it's this one.
Black and soul, broken heart. Watch it all fall apart. All that's left of me is
It's pretty insane.
Pretty intense.
Yeah, isn't it? And that was
That's-
like it. That's basically that's the best AI without like a lot of prompting song that I think I've made. It's powerful yet. Yeah, but again, I had to change the words because it sometimes
Yeah.
the AI's funny sometimes. It'll make the most bizarre fucking lyrics. But
Yeah.
for your song, it was perfect. There was only maybe a couple of words I would do differently that didn't kind of make sense, but for the most part, it sounded pretty good.
Yeah.
It did.
And again, they keep upgrading the rendering versions, and they upgrade the like I'll show you here. Hold on, I don't know what it's called. In here, they have
The model.
for the lyric when you're rendering your lyrics. When it renders your lyrics, it gives you different choices on engines to render the lyrics with.
Yeah.
Mm.
And so you can use like a classic lyric generator, or it'll use the new version, and it warns you it may create offensive words.
Um,
But
so from all the songs that I've heard so far from it, the one thing that they need to add is different variations of voice.
and that's what this new thing's called. Um, it's called voice, and you can now add your own persona.
Yeah, because
So you can basically, if you can't sing, then you record your voice at whatever volume you want to kind of convey, and it'll record your voice, and then it'll ask you to read a sentence to confirm that your voice is live and you're not just playing a recording of Elvis's voice, right?
right.
And so Elvis won't be able to read the sentence because Elvis is
Yeah.
dead. And so it confirms it's your voice by letting you, when you read the sentence, it matches the recording of your voice with that sentence, and it's like, okay, you're the guy, and it records, keeps the recording, and it makes it your voice. And so now you can collect a whole bunch of these things, just give them different names. I have a bunch of different Phil Hard, Phil singing, Phil AI. I have about 3 or 4 different personas that I use for different kinds of songs. I have a punk version of my voice
Well,
where I'm yeah, it's weird. And I have one that's where I'm singing one of my songs. I just sing the lyrics to one of my songs into it, and then I have that version. So now if I want to take one of my own songs that I've redone, I can add my own vocal style to the song so it sounds more like myself doing it.
right. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
It is.
Hey, I gotta tell what I have to.
Did you hear about Trump getting
Hit the
shot
bell.
at? Well, not shot at, but
Yeah, shooter in his crazy man.
there's so many people on Facebook saying false flag event, false flag. He's just getting pressed. Blah blah blah. It's ridiculous, man.
God. I know.
I hope you have a good night, though, buddy. That was
Yeah,
fun.
Hey, I'm taking off too.
Okay, I'm
Nice.
just finishing eating, and then I'm going to bed shortly too.
You have a good one, guys.
Happy
All right.
birthday.
Hey,
I'll see you.
thanks, Phil. Thanks, Phil.
Yeah,
Take
that
care.
was fun. I'll see you tomorrow, X-Men, and I'll see
Enjoy
you
your
too,
enjoy
Phil.
your songs.
I will.
I'm just gonna put away all this creatures and go to bed, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll talk to you later, man.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right.
okay, Randers? He's a good cat. Are you okay? What's that sound? Are you okay? What's wrong? Come here. What was that sound? You okay? What's wrong? Come here. Where's my boy? You wanna come up? Come on up. Come here.
Why don't you sing a less angry song? Because it's good, put your words around now. Get in the car, it's a people. Oh, yes it is. Because it's good, put your words around now. Get in the car, it's a people song. Oh, yes it is. I was ready to okay. Promise trying to prove it fake. Leave a life of worry now. Take back all my wasted time. Jump into my last can. 'Cause I can't find a better way. I wanna start
Come here, Randy.
today. Don't walk away from me. I wanna try.
Come here, Rander. Come here. Arrow. Come here, mister. Come here. Arrows. Come here, arrows. You bored? Come here, handsome. Come here. What are you doing? You wanna come on over? Come here. Where's my baby? Come on over. Come here. Come here. Come here. Wanna come over? Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Wanna come see me? Come here.
This episode of the Y Files is brought to you by Cake Wallet.
Come here, bud.
Come here, buds. Come on, Overs. Come here. Come. Where's my baby? Come here, Randy boy. Come hang out with me. Come here. Hey. Hey. Come here. Come here. Where's my boy? Come here, Mistress. Where is he? He's just sitting there. What are you doing? You come see me? You come see me? What? What? You okay? Hey, are you okay? What's going on? Oops, come on up. Come on up. There you go, boy. Gotcha. Hey, buddy. You okay? You okay? Play? Yeah, you play? You play? You play? Yes. Yeah, you can get it. Come here, Mistress. Come here, Mistress. Come here, buddy. Come here, Randy. Come here. Come on, Overs. Come here.
June 1947. Boat Captain Harold Dahl watched a formation of UFOs drop molten metal over Puget Sound. The debris wrecked his boat, burned his son, and killed his dog. Then, terrible things started to happen to Dahl's family, beginning with a visit from a mysterious stranger in a black suit. Over the next 15 years, about a dozen people connected to this UFO sighting died mysteriously. Investigators, military officers, journalists, but the most dramatic death of all, John F. Kennedy.
Now I'm really angry. This is podcast.
Cool. Financial freedom and paid for Andy Logg's. They were living on Maury Island with his 15-year-old son Charles, 47. On June 21st, 1947, Harold Dahl was patrolling around Maury Island with his 15-year-old son Charles, a crewman, and his dog Sparky. They were looking for stray timber that had fallen off of boats. Timber companies paid for any logs returned to them. Around 2 that afternoon, Charles pointed at the sky. 6 donut-shaped objects hovered about 2,000 feet above the water. Harold cut the engine. The objects made no sound. Each was about 100 feet wide with a hole in the center. They looked like massive metallic tires with portholes around the outer rim. 5 of the objects floated in a circle around the 6th, which was losing altitude and moving erratically.
Yeah, was my ex-wife driving?
No.
Because swerving out of control, leaking fluids, and ruining vacations, that's her speciality.
She wasn't driving. The craft was directly over the boat, maybe 500 feet above them. Harold could see into it through the windows.
Yeah, did you see my ex-wife in there?
No! Do you want to hear about the UFOs or not?
Sorry, I'm still harboring a little resentment. Go ahead.
The wobble got worse. Then there was a deep but harsh crack. Then the craft started dumping material. Thousands of strips of thin metal rained. Then the craft started. The wobble got worse. Then there was a deep but harsh crack. Then the craft started dumping material. Thousands of but harsh crack. Then the craft started dumping material. Thousands of strips of thin metal rained down like confetti. Then came the heavy
buddy.
stuff. White hot liquid metal. The hot metal hissed when it hit the water. Then heavy pieces slammed into the
Come
boat.
here.
Some the size of a baseball, but some as big as tires.
Come here.
Charles screamed when a piece burned through his shirt. Another hit their dog Sparky, killing him instantly.
Oh, that's too bad. They should have brought their cat.
Stop it. Harold tried the radio, but the equipment was dead. Harold had seen enough. He fired up the engine and ran the boat onto the beach. They hid in the trees and watched. The damaged craft rose and rejoined the formation. All 6 accelerated toward the open ocean. The encounter lasted about 20 minutes.
Wow.
Harold said maybe 20 tons of material had fallen from the craft. He took photographs, the objects in flight, the debris field, the damaged boat. That night, he met his business partner, Fred Chrisman, who
This sounds like a legit story so far, man. I mean, it might not be.
doubted the story. The next morning, Crispin sailed to Maury Island to see for himself. He found the
Okay.
for hundreds of yards. Some piece of debris. The next morning, Crispin sailed to Maury Island to see for himself. He found the debris exactly where Harold said it would be, covering the beach for hundreds of yards. Some pieces were still warm. Then he looked up. One of the craft hovered silently for 5 minutes before vanishing. He had the proof, photographs, physical evidence, and now his own sighting. Later that day, a stranger arrived at Dahl's door. Black suit, black hat, brand new Buick with no plates. And somehow this man knew every detail about the event. Harold Dahl had just met history's first Man in Black.
Wow. Come here, Randy.
The stranger in black sat across from Harold at a diner in Tacoma. He ordered breakfast, but he never touched it.
Come here, Randy.
The men in black aren't as intimidating when they're eating waffles.
He already knew Harold's name, the names of
Come
his
here.
He knew everything about the incident, the craft, the debris, Charles' burned arm. He knew about Sparky. He even knew that Harold was hiding on the island watching the craft. The stranger told Harold to keep quiet, or bad things might happen to him and his family. Harold ignored the warning. He talked to family, friends, even the press. And the next day, the story hit the papers. Then the tragedy started. Charles vanished. Weeks later, he was found in Montana bussing cables, with no memory of who he was or how he got there.
Whoa.
A few days later, he was hit by a car. Then Harold's wife became suddenly ill. His business was vandalized. His family was constantly threatened. Harold got the message. But Fred Crispin wouldn't stay quiet. He contacted Ray Palmer, editor of Amazing Stories, a magazine that covered the paranormal and UFOs and science fiction. Palmer asked Kenneth Arnold to investigate. Arnold was a pilot and deputy field marshal. He became famous for his own UFO sighting near Mount Rainier just 3 days after the Maury Island.
Want to play with the laser?
Arnold described the objects as moving like saucers skipping across water. Reporters called them flying saucers, and the name stuck. There were so many sightings of UFOs in the area during this time that it was called the Summer of Saucers. And remember, Roswell would happen just a few weeks later. Arnold flew to Tacoma on July 29th with United Airlines Captain E.J. Smith. Smith had also seen UFOs that summer. They met Harold and Crispin at the Winthrop Hotel and examined the debris. The metal looked ordinary, but Arnold still found the story compelling. Late that night, just as Kenneth Arnold and E.J. Smith were getting ready for bed, the phone rang. That night, magazine that covered the paranormal and UFOs and science fiction. Palmer asked Kenneth Arnold to investigate. Arnold was a pilot and deputy field marshal. He became famous for his own UFO sighting near Mount Rainier just 3 days after the Maury Island incident. Arnold described the objects as moving like saucers skipping across water. Reporters called them flying saucers, and the name stuck. There were so many sightings of UFOs in the area during this time that it was called the Summer of Saucers. And remember, Roswell would happen just a few weeks later. Arnold flew to Tacoma on July 29th with United Airlines Captain E.J. Smith. Smith had also seen UFOs that summer. They met Harold and Crispin at the Winthrop Hotel and examined the debris. The metal looked ordinary, but Arnold still found the story compelling. Late that night, just as Kenneth Arnold and E.J. Smith were getting ready for bed, the phone rang. The man on the other end of the call was Ted Morello, a reporter from United Press International. Morello said an anonymous source was feeding him every detail of the private conversations. Names, times, even the UFO description. Morello wanted more information.
Look, all I'm saying is I'm gonna get that information. I'd rather get it directly from the source.
Smith grabbed the phone, shouted a few obscenities, and hung up. At first, they blew it off, but after they became concerned that they might be caught up in an espionage plot. They started to panic. They swept the room, but they didn't find any. But later, it was discovered that the intercom in the room had been converted into a microphone.
Whoa.
Someone was listening.
How do they know which room to buy?
Well, when Arnold got to Tacoma, all the hotels were booked. But for some reason, the Winthrop had a room registered in his name. Arnold assumed Ray Palmer had bought him his room. He didn't. The next morning, he called two military intelligence officers he trusted, Captain William Davidson and Lieutenant Frank Brown. They specialized in UFO cases. They arrived 2 days later. When Arnold told them about the room being bugged, they weren't worried about it. This didn't help Kenneth Arnold's growing paranoia. Harold refused to speak with military intelligence, but Crispin was excited to. He relayed every detail of the story. The meeting lasted for hours. And before he left, Crispin gave the officers 30 pieces of metallic debris
Of
in a
course.
box.
Yeah, I hope alien metal doesn't get soggy in milk.
The officers left after midnight with the UFO samples. Their B-25 flew out of McCord Air Base at 1:30 a.m. 2 hours later, the plane went down.
Whoa.
2 hours into the flight, the B-25's left engine caught fire. Davidson tried to stabilize the aircraft, and Brown ordered the two crewmen to strap on parachutes and bail. They landed safely. The investigators did not. The bomber crashed near
course they
Kelso,
didn't.
Washington. Davidson and Brown died on impact. Their bodies were recovered, but the UFO debris was gone.
Of course it
And nobody knows what happened to the evidence, but some think it was taken by the FBI.
Yep.
The FBI was quietly following the Maury Island incident. They quietly followed all UFO reports.
They killed
In
them.
July 1947, the FBI investigated a UFO case in Twin Falls, Idaho.
It's that
A
simple.
crash
They
test was
fucking
found
killed
at
them.
the Rover SMX for short. The FBI's Real X-Files. They dealt with strange cases, UFOs, unexplained phenomena, things that they couldn't acknowledge to the public. Researchers were aware of the X-Files, but the FBI didn't discuss it. They weren't officially declassified until just a few weeks before I wrote this. The Maury Island UFO incident attracted the attention of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. Reporting for the Tacoma Times, Paul Lance released the names of the officers killed before the military announced them. He also reported that an anonymous source told him the plane was shot down with a 20mm cannon.
Ooh, who shot it down?
Well, the official report is that the left engine had a mechanical failure.
Yeah, cannon-sized hole do that.
FBI agents interviewed Harold and Fred, and the pressure was getting intense. 2 Air Force officers were dead, and the press was calling it sabotage. Harold won it out. After retelling his story, he finally admitted there were no UFOs. Fred Crispin also said it was just a joke. J. Edgar Hoover told the agents to close the case. But Special Agent Jack Wilcox corrected Hoover. We have the memo. Wilcox wrote that Dahl didn't admit to a hoax. He only said he would call it a hoax to avoid trouble. He'd rather be known as a liar than someone who saw a UFO. Privately, he still said the story was true, and so did Crispin. Soon after the investigation, Paul Lance, the reporter, died of sudden meningitis at age 29. Doctors never found the cause. The Tacoma Times folded a year later. Fred Crispin was recalled to military service and sent to Alaska. Harold Dahl disappeared from Tacoma.
Whoa.
Someone was tying up loose ends.
Yep.
But Fred Crispin would resurface in Dallas 16 years later when he was photographed near the grassy knoll in Dealey Plaza during a presidential motorcade.
Holy shit!
Fred Crispin wasn't just a harbor patrolman who witnessed something strange over Puget Sound. Years later, classified documents revealed there was much more to his story.
Will serve the cause of freedom and will be the #1 airplane in the world today. There's been a good deal of discussion of the long and hard-fought competition to win the TFX contract, but very little discussion about what this plane will do.
Crispin was a decorated fighter pilot who flew 211 combat missions in World War II. In 1942, he was recruited by the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS. After the war, the OSS became the CIA, and Crispin went with them. The Easy Papers exposed his real job, career disruption agent. He monitored targets and fed them disinformation.
Crispin has served many years as an active agent for the old OSS and later the CIA. He is rated an extended agent. He is an information specialist and highly trained in internal security. He has worked overseas and has served as a regular United States Air Force officer. But his primary training has always been slanted in the direction of disruption work inside the borders of the United States.
Chrisman ran businesses that existed only on paper. No goods, no services, no employees. In 1966, FBI
Come here.
informants tracked him moving $100,000 in cash
What?
to California. The FBI
What?
looked the other way. Then there was his political work. He gathered intelligence on American politicians and submitted more than 1,000 reports to the CIA. He fed damaging information to political opponents.
Yeah, this guy sounds like Christopher Steele.
What's our rule?
Yeah, I know. We don't joke about the Clintons, I know.
By 1963, Chrisman was part of a network of far-right, anti-communist, anti-Castro CIA operatives. But this network had a problem. John F. Kennedy wanted to dismantle the CIA and make peace with the Soviet Union. To people like Chrisman, Kennedy wasn't a president, he was a traitor. A group of men with deep ties to the government, military, and intelligence community decided JFK had to go.
Pack your bags. Operation Lancer is a go.
Understood.
The combined military civilian defense payroll is well over $1 billion. I don't recite these for any partisan purpose. They're the result of American determination to be second to none. And as a result, in the past 3 years, we have increased the defense budget of the United States by over 20%.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago.
New Orleans was chosen for planning. It was close to Latin America and Cuba. The local authorities were infamous for being on the take. And the city was full of anti-communist operatives. Clay Shaw was a New Orleans businessman connected to 2 CIA front companies. He provided cash and intelligence while maintaining his cover as a respected community leader. Shaw denied CIA involvement, but years later, the agency admitted he was a valuable asset.
Okay.
In 1967, New Orleans DA Jim Garrison launched the only criminal investigation into JFK's murder. Shaw was charged and arrested. His first call after arrest? Fred Chrisman. Chrisman made repeated trips to New Orleans and Dallas in 1963. Some suspected he was one of the shooters at Dealey Plaza. Then there was Guy Bannister, the FBI agent who investigated UFO crashes in 1947. Bannister coordinated with military intelligence during the Maury Island investigation. Fred Chrisman is thought to be the anonymous source feeding him information. After leaving the FBI, Bannister became a private investigator in New Orleans, but he wasn't running a typical PI business. Witnesses saw crates of military-grade weapons moving through the building.
Whoa.
And Fred Chrisman's trips to New Orleans that year weren't vacations. Witnesses saw him at Bannister's office multiple times, meeting with other conspirators. Some say he delivered cash. Others say he delivered something else. Documents from the Maury Island investigation, reports about a UFO crash, and debris that didn't match any known aircraft. Bannister's office was the primary hub for plotting against Kennedy. Now, this might sound unlikely, but the conspirators overlooked one detail that connected them all. Bannister's detective agency was located at 531 Lafayette Street in New Orleans, but the building sat on a corner. It had another entrance, another address. 544 Camp Street. Now, this address is important because it was the home base of the most famous conspirator of all, Lee Harvey Oswald. This web of conspiracy ran from Puget Sound to New Orleans to Dallas. 16 years of covert operations spanning UFO cover-ups and political assassinations. And the covert operators had a motive powerful enough to kill a president. President Kennedy engaged in secret peace talks with Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev. They discussed cooperation, not confrontation. They talked about ending the Cold War. Kennedy even proposed a joint U.S.-Soviet space program to explore the moon together.
Oh, the Russians will like the weather in Burbank when it filmed.
To prove his commitment to peace, Kennedy made a gesture of ultimate trust. He decided to reveal America's most protected secret.
Why hot dogs come in packs of 10, but buns only come in packs of 8?
No.
Half full fitted sheet?
No.
What's really in a McRib?
No. He wanted to declassify all UFO files.
Of course he did.
In 1963, just 10 days before his death, Kennedy issued two memos. The first was National Security Action Memorandum 271.
I have initiated a program for the orderly declassification of all UFO intelligence files affecting national security. I have instructed the CIA director to prepare a program for the sharing of this data with NASA, where it can be put to use in the context of a similar exploration program.
The second memo was classified top secret. Kennedy sent it directly to the director of the CIA.
Furthermore, I have requested that the CIA develop a program of substantive cooperation with the Soviet Union in the field of outer space, including the development of specific technical proposals. I have asked the CIA to work closely with the Department of State and other agencies as appropriate in developing this program.
To former CIA Director Alan Dulles, who Kennedy had fired after the Yankees disaster, it wasn't diplomacy, it was treason. Dulles had overseen the UFO cover-up since 1947. He'd investigated the Maury Island incident. He knew what technology the government had recovered from alien craft. Kennedy was demanding access to the biggest secret in human history, and he planned to share it with America's enemy. And he would be good for humanity, but it was bad for business. The defense industry was already furious with John F. Kennedy. He awarded the largest defense deal in history to General Dynamics, and everyone expected it to go to Boeing, the cornerstone of the military-industrial complex. But because of JFK, Boeing and its network of powerful allies had just lost a fortune.
Especially all the people in Congress who bought Boeing stock ahead of the announcement.
No doubt about that. Jim Garrison did some more digging. He found that Boeing used to have an employee they called a chaos agent. The man allegedly committed corporate espionage. He spread disinformation. He even killed people on behalf of the company. And that chaos agent was Fred Chrisman.
Chrisman is a former employee of the Boeing Company. In intelligence terminology, this ordinarily means that the connection still exists, but that the former employee has moved into an underground operation. Chrisman has been engaged in undercover activity for a part of the industrial warfare complex for years.
The cabal assembled the team. CIA operatives, mobsters, Cuban exiles, businessmen like Clay Shaw brought in locals like David Ferry and Guy Bannister. And the man nobody talks about, but who shows up everywhere, is Fred Chrisman. The network that silenced Harold Dahl was activated again. But this time they needed someone to take the fall. Someone with the perfect background to be blamed. And that man was Lee Harvey Oswald. Oswald had served as an aviation electronics operator in the Marines. In 1957, he was stationed at Naval Air Facility Atsugi in Japan, one of the most secret bases in the world, home of the U-2 spy plane program developed at Area 51. Oswald worked on the radar systems with crypto clearance. He tracked U-2 flights. He knew their flight patterns, altitudes, and capabilities. And 2 years after Oswald left Atsugi, the Soviets shot down a U-2 over Russia. The man accused of killing the president had direct access to America's most sensitive technology, and somehow the Soviets got that same information. The The assassination of John F. Kennedy was a coup, designed to protect the biggest secret in human history. We were just weeks away from ending the Cold War and full UFO disclosure. But
all of that ended on the 22nd November 1963.
in 1969, a photograph surfaced. 3 men being arrested behind the grassy knoll at Dealey Plaza, minutes after Kennedy's assassination. They're known as the 3 hobos.
One of them is fucking E. Howard Hunt.
These men don't look like hobos. Clean clothes, well-fed, fresh shaves. Jim Garrison believed they were intelligence operatives, part of the plot to kill JFK's. Jim Garrison believed they were intelligence operatives, part of the fed, fresh. But these men, they're known as the 3 hobos or the 3 tramps. But these men don't look like hobos. Clean clothes, well-fed, fresh shaves. Jim Garrison believed they were intelligence operatives, part of the plot to kill JFK, possibly even the shooters. Researchers spent decades trying to identify them. Some
E. Howard Hunt.
Frank Sturgis, both intelligence operatives, both part of the Watergate break-in team, the White House plumbers. Woody Harrelson's father, Charles Harrelson, was a contract killer. Forensic analysis matched him to the youngest tramp. Career criminal, break-in Howard Hunt shooters. Researchers spent decades trying to identify them. Some say E. Howard Hunt and Frank Sturgis, both intelligence operatives, both part of the Watergate break-in team, the White House plumbers. Woody Harrelson's father, Charles Harrelson, was a contract killer. Forensic analysis matched him to the youngest tramp. Career criminal, Chauncey killer. Forensic analysis matched him to the youngest tramp. Career criminal Chauncey Marvin Holt claimed he worked for the CIA on multiple operations. The Bay of Pigs invasion, targeting communist leaders. He said the CIA sent him to Dallas. And look at tramp number 3, the older man with the hat. That looks like Fred Crispin. But no, number 3, the older man with the hat. That looks like Fred Crispin. But nobody knows for sure. Dallas police didn't cooperate with early investigations. They finally released their records in 1989. They identified the tramps as John Gedney, Gus Abrams, and Harold Doyle. When spoken with a Texas accent, Harold Doyle sounds like Harold Dahl. These photographs weren't discovered for 4 years. Private researcher Richard Sprague found them buried in newspaper archives. By then, the men had vanished. Garrison subpoenaed Fred Crispin on October 31st, 1968. Remember, when Clay Shaw was arrested, he made one phone call. Not to his lawyer, not to family, to Fred Crispin. Crispin testified for about an hour before the grand jury. His testimony doesn't match reality. He said he'd never been to New Orleans before 1966. The records show multiple trips in the early 1960s. He said he didn't know Clay Shaw or Guy Bannister. Multiple witnesses place him in Bannister's office. Crispin did admit to knowing Thomas Beckham, a local entertainer and anti-Castro activist. When pressed about their relationship, Crispin said he was helping Beckham get into the record business.
Yeah, he was gonna help him make a few hits. See what I did there?
Very clever. But Beckham was also filing documents for anti-Castro operations and handling money for Guy Bannister's network. In 1966, Crispin and Beckham incorporated 7 businesses in Olympia, Washington, most of them shell companies. Beckham testified that he visited Bannister's office all the time. Fred Crispin said he knew nothing about that. Garrison believed one of the bullets that hit Kennedy came from the fence behind the grassy knoll, and he believed Fred Crispin pulled the trigger, but he couldn't prove it.
Couldn't prove it. The guy's connected to CIA, UFOs, and the guy who got the first phone call. What do you need, a signed confession notarized by a lizard people?
That's not how the legal system works.
The legal system. That's what they want you to believe. The real system involves secret handshakes, LSD, and making sure your star witness doesn't accidentally fall out a window.
Crispin was dismissed and never charged. Clay Shaw was found not guilty. But Garrison never stopped believing that, for some reason, a man who witnessed the UFO crash in 1947, a man with deep ties to the intelligence community, and a man who was openly and loudly extremely far-right and anti-communist, was on the grassy knoll at Dealey Plaza on November 22nd, 1963. This isn't supposed to be a JFK video. I've I tried to stick with Fred Crispin and the Maury Island UFO. If you want a deeper dive on JFK, let me know. There's plenty there. The claim is that the assassination of JFK wasn't just political. It was an operation to protect the biggest secret in human history, the discovery and reverse engineering of UFOs. The rabbit holes don't get much deeper than this. So, what's true? Well, 60 years later, some facts are documented. Others remain speculation. The debris allegedly on the B-25 disappeared. Skeptics say the metallic rocks were industrial slag from a nearby smelting company.
Bullshit.
This is a UFO is industrial slag. That's like calling a Fabergé egg a chicken rock.
Skeptics also point out that after Kenneth Arnold saw his flying saucers near Mount Rainier, UFO sightings exploded across the country. Now, Dahl and Crispin might have been lying for money, trying to get their story published. Crispin did have a letter published in Harper's Magazine in 1946, where he described battling creatures in an underground cave. He published a second letter in Amazing Stories in May 1947, 2 months before the Maury Island incident. Fred Crispin does have connections to the JFK assassination, but the evidence is circumstantial. Jim Garrison was criticized for making connections without hard evidence, relying mostly on witness statements. The House Select Committee on Assassinations said there was likely a conspiracy. They never confirmed Crispin's involvement, and the photograph allegedly showing him near Dealey Plaza is grainy. It looks like Crispin to me, but it's hard to be sure. To this day, nobody knows for sure who they are. The plane crash happened. That's documented. But the military said it had nothing to do with the Maury Island investigation.
Oh, the military said so. We'll pack it up, everyone. The military never lies. Case closed.
Lee Harvey Oswald did work on the U-2 program at Atsugi Base in Japan, but thousands of people did. Thousands of people had clearance for classified programs. It doesn't prove that he was part of a UFO cover-up, but some facts won't go away. In 1959, Lee Harvey Oswald defected to the Soviet Union. He renounced his citizenship and said he'd provide military secrets, which we know he had. He found a job, he met his future wife Marina. Then in 1961, he came back. And typically when a defector wants to return from the Soviet Union, they face intense scrutiny. They have to negotiate with both governments. It's a long, difficult process. Permission isn't always granted. But Lee Harvey Oswald came back with no problem. The U.S. State Department even loaned him the money. They provided his wife with a visa.
The old secret agent welcome home package. Comes with a loan, a wife, and an alibi. Nice work if you can get it.
Oh, there's more.
There always is.
Special Agent Jack Wilcox's memo to J. Edgar Hoover directly contradicts the official narrative. Remember, Wilcox reported that Dahl didn't actually admit to a hoax. He said Dahl would call it a hoax to avoid trouble, but privately insisted that the story was true. And this is in declassified FBI files. Crispin also said the UFO sighting was real. He said so in 1967 to UFO researcher Gary Leslie.
I will tell you this much. The Maury Island incident was no hoax. The FBI and the Air Force know it was no hoax. The pieces of the UFO that are still in our possession have proven that it was no hoax. Most of you play games, make a silly hobby out of a matter that should scare you to death. I have little patience with most of your organizations.
Fred Crispin's CIA involvement is confirmed in the Easy Papers. He was a career disruption agent who ran disinformation operations inside the United States. Guy Bannister investigated the Maury Island UFO case for the FBI. He operated out of 544 Camp Street in New Orleans. Lee Harvey Oswald worked at that same address. This connection is documented. Kennedy's November 12, 1963 memos are real. He requested cooperation with the Soviet Union on space exploration. He demanded access to UFO files 10 days before his assassination. Alan Dulles, who Kennedy fired, was appointed to the Warren Commission investigating his death.
Of course.
Nobody can explain why Alan Dulles, who despised the president, was put on that commission.
He's a
And
piece of
probably
shit.
Attorney General Robert Kennedy accepted the Warren Commission report, but according to his son RFK Jr., he privately called it a shoddy piece of craftsmanship.
Shoddy? That's an insult to shoddy craftsmen everywhere.
And publicly, Attorney General Robert Kennedy accepted the Warren Commission report, but according to his son RFK Jr., he privately called it a shoddy piece of craftsmanship.
Shoddy? That's an insult to shoddy craftsmen everywhere.
Commission's investigation was deliberately incomplete. The CIA withheld thousands of documents. They're holding them still. Witnesses were ignored. Evidence was suppressed. Declassified files now reveal the CIA actively obstructed the investigation. The cover-up is no longer theory, it's documented fact. Kennedy awarded a major defense contract to General Dynamics instead of Boeing. This cost the military-industrial complex billions. Fred Chrisman worked for Boeing. The biggest mystery isn't whether UFOs drop debris over Puget Sound. It's the connections that followed. The same people who investigated UFO cases in 1947 show up in the JFK assassination 16 years later. Guy Bannister, Fred Chrisman, Alan Dulles. Same addresses, same witness intimidation, same classified operations. Now maybe Harold Dahl made up the UFO story. Maybe the plane crash was mechanical failure. And maybe every connection is a coincidence.
No such thing as a coincidence. That's like finding out your proctologist and your dentist share an office. Something stinks, and it take the fluoride.
Kennedy did demand UFO disclosure. He planned to share classified information with the Soviet Union. 2 years earlier, Kennedy laid out his vision for space.
Now it is time to take longer strides. Time for a great new American enterprise. Time for this nation to take a clearly leading role in space achievement, which in many ways may hold the key to our future on Earth.
Kennedy threatened the military-industrial complex. And about the CIA, he said, I will splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. 10 days after demanding access to the UFO files, he was dead.
Yep.
The UFO might have been a hoax.
10.
The conspiracy
There's that
it
number.
exposed
10.
is real. The cover-up didn't end in 1963. The same agencies that probably killed Kennedy still operate with the same secrecy. The same
They do.
investigation systems still hide the truth. The CIA says they're protecting America from its enemies. But the more you look, the more you realize they're protecting themselves.
Yep.
America's most dangerous enemy isn't Russia or China or Iran. It's the CIA. It's the CIA. Thanks so much for hanging out
He's
with us
not
today.
wrong.
My name is AJ.
He isn't wrong. It is the CIA, I'm sure. And other agencies. He's not wrong.
We have 200 viewers. Like, the CIA sucked back then. They weren't helping me at all.
Dude, I remember just watching you in little squares on Ustream, just like the top of your head,
Yeah.
and Brian and Duncan. I mean, that's what Gino's like, you got to watch Joe Rogan's show on Ustream. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's a comic. He's like, he's got Graham Hancock on. And I went, oh, I got to watch that. And that's when I started watching.
I think Graham was our first serious guest. So it was Duncan and I, and we were in my house, and Graham flew from England. We ate pizza in my kitchen. It was the first time I got to meet him. I was so pumped because I've read his book in the 90s.
Same.
Yeah, Fingerprints of the Gods, amazing book.
From Art Bell is who told me about it.
Yeah, I remember my wife was like, you should read like real archaeology. I'm like, no, this is fucking interesting shit.
Why is your wife a scientist or something?
No. She's just a little more serious than me.
Yeah, my wife
a little smarter than me.
Same.
But it's like
my wife
a little smarter than me.
Same.
A little more serious than me.
Yeah, my wife
a little smarter than me.
Same.
But it's like I still to this day will pick up those books and read them, and it's like I do not think that modern archaeology has the full story, and I've seen the way they behave. I saw the way Flint Dibble behaved with Graham. They're gatekeepers. They don't want anyone to have any information that they don't have.
That's
so
correct.
Even in the face of very compelling information, they dismiss openly, quickly, without any consideration. They just want to dismiss it, and then they want to pretend that any archaeologist that presents any kind of information that fucks up the narrative isn't immediately attacked. And they are. Their careers are ruined. Whether you go back to Clovis first or in any of these different archaeologists that have proposed alternative theories of the human timeline, all of the conventional archaeologists, all the mainstream people attack them. Dismiss them.
Randall Carlson, Robert Schock, John Anthony West.
Mm-hmm.
If I were advising Graham, I would have said, don't do that debate. Don't do it. There's no way to come off. You're not going to convince anybody, and you're just going to come off not looking great. And I've seen his response on his own site. And he's even said that was probably a mistake. He wasn't prepared enough. But you'll never be prepared enough for a professional debunker. You just won't be. They'll have too much. So I told him, don't go into the lion's den.
Well, the problem was he wasn't being honest. Flint was not being honest about the information that we have, particularly about offshore shipwrecks. He was just not honest.
Nope.
You know, and the amount that they have discovered, not honest.
And Graham didn't know that at the time.
And also the timeline of like how old these are. When you get to 5,000, 6,000 years, there's no ship left. All you have is like the pottery and whatever's on the ground at the bottom. And if you're talking about 10,000 years, 15,000 years, who's to say that that's not completely covered by sediment by then? And it probably would be.
Well, you know, I watched a little of Zayawas on here.
That's all you need, just a little for that episode. You get it.
I couldn't believe he's still doing it. I mean, maybe he was around when they actually built the things.
I think that was probably the best advertisement for alternative archaeology you're ever going to get. When you see the guy that's the gatekeeper and how closed-minded he is.
He didn't mention the capstones, the limestone facing from Torah. He didn't even talk about it.
Well, also, this just saying it was the national project, and that's how they were able to get 80-ton stones 500 miles away through the mountains on sleds. Like, come on.
The Aslan stones are from 1,200 miles away.
Yeah.
You know, the Torah stones are, I don't know, 20, 30 miles away or whatever
How
they
about
were.
those Lebanon stones at Baalbek?
Baalbek, they can't. How many tons is that? You need a person standing on it to even see the size of it. You've never seen the Baalbek stone if you're listening. The thing is, it's like a skyscraper on its side.
Yeah.
And it's one solid piece.
And it was moved there.
Yes.
See, pull up the Baalbek stones in Lebanon, because there's stuff that's above it that is like of a more recent time period, but it seems to have been put there on top of these older stones that are so big they don't make any sense. Like, that's just one of them that was quarried but not moved. But
Right.
the ones that are in place, go to the ones that, like, see, like these ones, the ones that are above, so they're the lower stones and the ones above. You don't realize how big they are unless you can get a human being to stand next to them, but
Right.
they are preposterously big. Like, there you go.
Right.
Like,
15 feet high, 30, 40 feet long. I mean, they're showing it in metric, so I'm confused.
Incredible.
Right.
And who did it and when? When was that done? And then there's like Malta, like that stuff that they think Malta was constructed when the sea levels were much lower. So there was a way to make a path to there from Italy and from these other places,
Sure.
because they found Neanderthal bones there. And
that,
so,
allegedly giants built that. And Derinkuyu and all the hidden cities underneath Cappadocia and Turkey that they're finding are connected.
Those are nuts.
No one knows who made them.
No one knows who made them, and they can have thousands of people living underground.
They can bring fresh water from the aquifers. They can bring fresh air and circulate it. They have defensive mechanisms with these giant stones, and nobody knows how they made them.
Yeah, and who?
And why?
Yeah.
Great Flood.
Yeah, that's the theory, right? The theory, the Great Flood, and then the Younger Dryas impact theory destroyed the atmosphere, where there was just like above the Earth, which is like chaotic, sought refuge underground.
I look more toward that
Excuse me.
the ice sheets melted from a solar event than an impact, but it certainly could be either. I mean,
Well, it could be a combination of
Could
things,
be.
because it's also, they think there was more than one. The impact event happened. They know this based on core samples, iridium, the nanodiamonds that come from impacts.
this is
and-
the Greenland impact.
Yeah, not just Greenland, North America. They think it I think they found the evidence of this stuff at like 30% of the Earth's surface where they believe these things had hit. I think we got bombarded.
Right, so that would be like flying through an asteroid field, like the Leonids or the Perseids and the Taurids. So the remnants of some giant object that is rubble, and then we
Right.
just fly through it, which means we fly through it frequently.
We fly through it twice a year.
Twice a year.
But we don't always, most of the time we get lucky, and it's not a hot one. But like what
they're-
happened
but they
with
were big.
Tunguska.
Tunguska, right? That's great.
And
This is
it's-
1907.
And in the same month that we passed through that comet field.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right, that's over Siberia. And that was an airburst, I believe, because there's no impact crater.
Right.
But it flattened like millions of square miles of trees.
And it's still fucked to this day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's images of that if you want to look up that. There's actual like film of it. It's crazy. It looks like a bomb went off.
Yeah, we're in a shooting gallery. You know, Earth is flying through a shooting gallery. There's 900,000 near-Earth objects that are just hovering around out there.
And NASA says we tracked most of them. Because in those fields with the Perseus towards, there are big objects. There are Earth killers in there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and Apophis is lurking. Apophis is the big one. That's due to fly by in a few years.
What's that one?
That's a giant asteroid. That's I think it's due to fly by maybe 2030 something.
How big is that one?
I'll get it wrong. I mean, I'm going to say a million things wrong today. I'll hear all about it. But it's a planet killer. Like it's a civilization ender, and it's going to fly near. Like we're going to be able to see it during the day.
375 meters across, about the size of a cruise liner. It will pass within 32,000 kilometers of Earth's surface on April 13, 2029.
Now stop there. That's closer than the moon.
Whoa.
That's I
Wow.
mean, way closer than the moon.
Yeah.
So that's what about 70,000 miles, where the moon is
250.
250 to 300. So we're going to see that. What?
Wow.
You don't want to see that in this. You don't want to look up and see that.
Well, just knowing that ones far larger have passed through.
Mm-hmm.
And then we know for sure a bunch of hit. You know,
For sure.
You know, Chichen Itza, that one.
All right, Chicxulub, but that was
Yeah.
pseudoscience until that father or son went down there and found it.
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't that. I think that was when I was growing up. The dinosaurs died. And that was a conspiracy theory. The
Right.
asteroid.
Right.
And they found it. I think
They
around
found the
1980.
Yucatan impact. Yeah.
And that's
under the ocean.
And the iridium
Yeah.
matches it.
Uh-huh. Yeah. All that is really spectacular stuff. It's just like when you look at the moon, you see the craters all over it and realize, okay, this is what happens when you don't have an atmosphere and you also don't have water and you can see everything that hits. Like the whole thing.
The whole thing. Well, why
Covered.
But why are there so many fewer impacts on the other side?
Are there?
Fewer.
Really?
I don't know. The moon. I have a. It became a saying on the show. I even have a T-shirt. The moon is weird.
Yeah.
Like Gino's my weird topic guy. It's like, what should we talk about? He's like, do hollow moon. So I went into that story thinking this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Right.
The moon is hollow. And I'm doing the research. About halfway through, I'm like, the moon is weird. And then by the end of my research, I was convinced that clearly the moon is a hollow spaceship that was brought here from another part of the galaxy, and it's here, and the lizard people are absorbing our soul energy. That's the only explanation for it. Probably not true, but man, the moon is very weird.
Well, it's also weird that the alignment and the size and the distance of the moon makes the eclipse perfect. Like, what are the odds of that? What are the odds that it is the exact distance from the sun so that when the moon and the sun align, it's exact?
It's bullshit.
Right, it's like a 400 to 1 race. It's exact.
It's nuts. Like,
But you could debunk that by saying the moon is getting further and further away.
right, but why is it perfect?
What I mean, we have not found a planet in this solar system or anywhere else that has a giant moon right next to it.
Quarter
like
the
this.
size of the Earth.
We haven't found it.
Yeah.
We're the only one with it. And there are ancient legends that talk about a moonless sky and when
Right.
the moon arrived. And when it arrived, it caused a great flood.
What are the ancient stories of a moonless sky? Where are they from?
Ancient Indian texts will have it, but also native legends will have it about the moon.
Really?
About a moonless sky, and then the moon arrives, and
When do they think the moon arrived?
it's hard to tell. You know, I always go to younger dries, but who really knows? The Earth was apparently just covered in this haze, just very wet, very hazy, maybe like Venus or something like that. Then the moon arrives, and all that water from the atmosphere drops down to Earth. The tidal forces are crazy. There's a huge flood, and everything just settles. And then the moon is here, and the moon is now like the guardian of the planet, which it really is. We couldn't really survive without it.
Because it stabilizes our atmosphere, right?
Stabilizes us and you know,
Stabilizes our orbit.
our orbit and our spin and our axis.
Yeah.
Like when there's a major earthquake, the Earth changes speed. The spin change, like our spin, it changes like measurably if there's a big earthquake, and if there's a lot of those, that could throw you off the axis. But the moon steps in like a bouncer and it settles things back down.
So the idea would be that some sort of a superior civilization placed the moon there to ensure our survival.
I don't think they care about us.
Really?
No, I don't think so.
How come?
Again, we're in very speculative territory because nobody knows.
Right.
But I would think it would just be for resources. Hey, this place has a lot of stable water. That's
it?
useful.
Don't you think they would be fascinated with us as an emerging civilization? And like I always say, that if we found a planet that had cave people on it, like just starting to learn stone tools and stuff like that, we would for sure be interested in them. We would be so fascinated. And we would probably try to accelerate their learning curve.
You think we would?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, well, think of what a lot of these jerk-offs have done with, like, uncontacted tribes and stuff like that. We're always trying to intervene and do something with them.
You know the dark forest theory?
No.
It's Lucian Scher who wrote the three-body problem and all of those.
Oh.
Dark forest theory says that if you attain a certain level of technology, the best thing you can do is just be quiet. Because the universe is a dark forest, and the first person to stick his head out dies. Because you don't want a competitor in your region. So as soon as a culture gets close to some technology that could that they're on a path to threaten you, you got to take them out. You got to halt their technology. The three-body problem is kind of based on that. That's what they do in the books, and that seems to make a little more sense to me than sort of this altruistic. Hey, let's help them. You know, the Star Trek approach. Let's make first contact and all of that. You know, I like, you know, human nature is a tricky thing. We're very selfish. You know, you and I might want to see those people and help them along, but there's a lot of people that would not want a competitor in the neighborhood.
Yeah, maybe. But what if they don't even think of us as a competitor? What if they're so advanced? Like if they're millions of years advanced, wouldn't they like this is the thing that Diana Pasulka and Gary Nolan and a lot of these people that study crashed retrievals, there's a term that they use that these are donations.
Right.
That these vehicles are donations, and that the idea is we're supposed to look at this and formulate new ideas through reverse engineering.
And you know, there's circumstantial evidence that that's true. If you look at Bell Labs and all the crazy discoveries after Roswell, like we're using cathode ray tubes and suddenly transistors are made and silicon semiconductors and wireless transmission, and Bell Labs is all these leaps forward.
Fiber optics,
laser technology came out of Bell as well. And, you know, the retrieval experts say that fiber optics and lasers for sure is reverse engineered. And it kind of makes a lot of sense because it seemed to have come out of nowhere. Suddenly Bell Labs has it. You know, but you know, it's my question is where is the stuff? You know, we've got World War II. We go into Korea in 1950, and at the time, Russia had the MiG-15 was basically on par with us. I think we had the F-86 at the time, and MiG might have even been better. So that would have been a great time for some advanced tech. But America did catch up and exceed the Soviets about 51, 52, you know, during Korea, and then has been superior ever since. But you would think that after 47, with the Soviets there, let's get some of this anti-gravitic stuff going.
Yeah, maybe the problem is that you're working in this very compartmentalized environment, so you're not allowed to share with all these different scientists. So because of that, there's no collaboration, which is necessary for real innovation. You have to have experts from a bunch of different fields analyzing all the different aspects of it. This is what Lazar pointed to, the problems that they were having at S4 when they were trying to back engineer this stuff. He's like, you can't do science like this because everything is so top secret and so compartmentalized. The metallurgists were not allowed to talk to the propulsions people, and no one was allowed to talk to anybody else, and everybody was just like, what the fuck is going on? Like,
right.
What are these things? Like, they didn't even tell him, allegedly, you know, if the story's true, they didn't even tell him where this thing came from. They show it to him, and there's a United States flag sticker on it, and he's like, "Oh, this is ours. Oh, that makes sense." And then he's examining. He's like, "Oh no, it's not. Like, there's no seams in this thing. Like, what is this? What is the metal? Why is it designed for something that's 3 feet tall? Like, there's no controls inside this thing. Like, what is this reactor? How does this thing work?"
There's a chair.
Yeah.
You know, there's a couple of chairs. It looks like there's a neural interface, maybe. You hear a lot of the scientists, their frustration. Like, if I could just talk to these guys.
Right.
You know, I'm picking up an EM field from this. The metallurgist would be helpful here to tell me
Right.
what's going on. You know, I keep coming across spinning mercury all the time.
Spinning mercury.
The spinning mercury engine has been part of the lore since ancient India has the Vimanas. You know, those craft. If you look at the ancient texts, it may have been in the Mahabharata.
Yeah.
But they allude to this liquid metal. And then you fast forward to, like, the Nazis building the Bell, the Die Glocke. That was a mercury engine. And then we fast forward a little further, Mark McCandlish and the ARV vehicle, the I forget, the flux liner. That's spinning mercury engine. So spinning mercury keeps popping up. And spinning mercury would cause some type of field. What that would be, I'm not a scientist or physicist, I'm not sure. But it would certainly throw off a bunch of ions that could maybe be harnessed or used for something.
Well, it's like we're trying to explain things to us based on our current understanding of technology. Like, glass was invented a long time ago, but imagine showing up with a brand new Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra with Gorilla Glass, you know, in that thin frame, and looking at they were, what the fuck is this?
There'd be statues of you
Right.
for 1,000 years.
Well, you know what glass is, and you know what metal is, right? Well, this is glass and metal. You're like, what?
What?
No, what the fuck is this?
We took sand and made it real hot, and it
Yeah.
made it clear. Huh?
What? And
Right.
you can drop it on the concrete and it doesn't break.
Right.
What? Yeah. So just our current understanding of technology based on the origins of that technology, just metal and glass. You know, you show someone metal and glass is thousands of years old, show them what we have now with metal and glass, they'd be blown away. And you just keep going, go 1,000 years from now. Like, what does it all look like? It's like probably some sort of gravity propulsion system, probably 3D printed, so there are no seams.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the frustration about disclosure, is how far could we be by now?
Right.
If we had,
You know, had it been
disclosure.
disclosure in 47 or whatever.
It's even more of a psyop if it's all bullshit. Like, it's a psyop if it actually is like, wow, the government is actually really good at one thing. They're good at keeping secrets about UFOs.
That's right.
But if they're not, if it's all bullshit, like, boy, how weird that we've been, like, focusing on this nonsense. Like, as a culture, it got in the front page of the New York Times in 2017. But meanwhile, it's all nonsense.
Right. And
That's almost less likely.
well, if you look at what Doty did in the 70s and 80s with Paul Benowitz, when Benowitz discovered this advanced technology on Kirtland Air Force Base, you know, he called the base and said, "Hey, I think there's UFOs." So they send Doty out. He was Air Force Intelligence, OSI. They send him out to Benowitz, and he's like, "Paul, I think it might be UFOs. It is aliens." And Paul gets a little bit wacky, and he starts intercepting signals from outer space, and they're sending him messages, but it turned out it's really the NSA rented a house across the street, and Paul is committed at some point. And then Doty, over the years, changes his story and says, no, a lot of it is actually true. But Doty has also, he said as recently as 2019, Hal Puthoff tried to recruit him for a disinformation campaign with ATIP.
Really? So Hal Puthoff has been a part of disinformation campaigns.
Allegedly forever.
And what have they been doing with these disinformation campaigns? What have they been trying to muddle?
Just to keep guys like you and me fascinated and trying to figure stuff out while they can just operate their advanced technology in peace. Like, let them think it's aliens and UFOs. That's fine.
What a dirty thing to do to
Filthy.
us.
In the 50s, they were very public about anti-gravity. It was in the
Yeah.
papers. The
Yeah.
the G engine. They were talking about it, and then suddenly, whoosh, quiet.
Gone.
Yeah. Jesse Michaels talks about that all the time, the Townsend Brown.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Ning Lee. Remember her story, the physicist who disappeared.
Right. And then she died in a car accident after
Oop.
she came back from China.
Oops.
Whoopsies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. So that was AC Gravity. If you guys want to look that up, she used to give talks and all of that.
Mhm.
She was funded by DoD for $400,000, so we know that for sure. And then she just goes dark. She goes dark for 11 years. Shows up, I think, in 2013. She's back. 2014, she gets hit by a car.
Why is it so fun?
I don't know. Mark McClan just found all that stuff, ended up killing himself
All
later
this
on.
stuff is so fun, which is why the Y files are so good. Because it's like I always get the same feeling when I watch your show. It's like, oh, what is the answer? What is real? What is it? But it's what is it about us that's so intrigued by these mysteries? I mean, there's so much that we know that is real. Just the nature of the cosmos itself, of black holes and solar nurseries and all the wild shit that's absolutely real. But there's these things that are like, yeah, but what is that?
I don't think enough people are interested in it, to be honest. I think that's part of the problem.
Well, don't you think it's because for the most part it's dismissed, and if you engage in it, so like if you're a normal person, not like you or I, but if you're a person that has like a job in an accounting firm, you're like a very respected, legitimate person, especially like pre-2017, pre the New York Times article, and you want to start talking about like gravity propulsion systems that the government's been hiding, and there's back engineering programs. They've got crashed UFOs, and there's one of them. It's only like a couple hundred feet wide, but you go inside of it, it's the size of a football field. Like,
right, like
what?
the TARDIS.
Yeah. Or the one in Korea that's so big they had to build a building around it because they couldn't move it.
Right.
I want to know what that is.
Same. I wish more people were interested in it.
I would almost be willing to run for president just to get access. Just if I ran for president, the company would be in shambles, but everybody would know everything about UFOs.
Dude, you have no shot.
I have no shot. They'd kill me for sure.
I can't believe the things you say are news.
Oh yeah, well it's because news is like really dead.
Yes, that's
News is
true.
slow.
They're angry about independent media.
Well, they are, but it's also the news is not. So their business is just clicks, and what better way to get clicks than I said something crazy? And so then and then it also kind of supports the idea that we need to be gatekeeped, and someone needs to be able to stop us from spreading misinformation, or my favorite term, malinformation. This is something that came up during COVID. That we need to stop the spread of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Malinformation is real information that is true and accurate, but would be negative in its impact to society.
It's bonkers.
Crazy.
We can't live in that society.
Well, they're making us infants, right? They're saying we can handle this, but the vast majority of you, even though we're all supposed to be equal and the government's supposed to be working for you and serving the people, no. We will have this information and we will know what we're doing, and you won't be able to have access to it because you're not ready for it because you're too stupid.
They lost. They lost already. They just don't know it yet, but they lost.
Yeah, they lost a long time ago.
I'm gonna put out an episode about how dragons are real, and when I get to the debunk, I'm gonna say nothing. They're real. Peace out.
Triangular spacecraft. What is this?
Stumbled down a little rabbit hole and found a patent that exists or did exist. It was abandoned in 2006.
This could be I forget the
Look
title.
at this.
The SR was it 7RB?
There's a T3B.
So this is like the ones that they always see, like the Phoenix lights and that one. So it says a spacecraft having a triangular hull with vertical electrostatic line charges on each corner that produce a horizontal electric field parallel to the sides of the hull. This field interacting with a plane wave emitted by antennas on the side of the hull generates a force per volume combining both lift and propulsion. What?
Wow. Gives all the math, but I don't know how to do this math. And if someone,
we need to get Eric here.
Someone can look at it and be like, "That's not real."
Get Eric Weinstein to do that math.
It hasn't been made, obviously, or that we know of.
And
I'm surprised it's not classified.
There's other, according to this article, that's where I found it. There's what it was about the 2-3B thing.
Right. So that's a real experimental aircraft.
Does America have a reverse engineered UFO? Whoa.
But this goes back to 1991 with the Desert Storm. There's reports of what they called a TR-3A, which looks a lot like what the stealth bomber kind of is.
Yeah.
But also.
Whoa.
Yep.
No confirmed.
TR-3B is said to be like nothing we've seen before.
This was what I got to from Liquid Mercury. I was trying to find stuff about it, and there's theories that people say that like this is probably what they're running off of.
It's supposedly powered by a reverse-engineered anti-gravity drive that was recovered from a crashed alien spacecraft. The TR-3B is where reports of UAP performing seemingly impossible aerial maneuvers intersect with stories about very real aircraft.
Read the next paragraph.
There are lots of claims over the internet about TR-3B's anti-gravity drive, most of which include using nuclear power to rotate highly pressurized mercury to produce plasma and in turn a gravitational field. Whoa.
Something about the mercury.
Have you ever heard Eric Weinstein talk about this? There's a college in upstate New York that has an incredibly overqualified physics department, and they're attached to a hedge fund that does Bernie Madoff type numbers.
Yes.
And he thinks the whole thing is a cover for some sort of advanced physics that they have been keeping a lockdown on.
And it would make total sense. I mean, SRI would be another good example of that, right? Where Hal was in the 70s, Project Stargate and all of that, and Stanford.
Yeah. The idea that the government can't keep secrets, like, what about Epstein? What? Come on.
People ask me all the time.
That's in front of everybody's face, and they've kept the list a secret.
We're never going to see the list. Stop asking me. You're not going to see the list. Why not? Because all your heroes are on it, and they're on it a lot. It's never coming out.
Yeah, and I have a friend that thinks like a lot of the world events that you're seeing, one of the reasons why people support it is because of Epstein, because of the list, because people are compromised, because no one can talk about things, which is like really wild. So the government can keep some secrets.
Manhattan Project was
yes.
secret.
They did a great job with that, and that was one that, it was a race between us and the other foreign powers. They were all trying to come up with a nuclear bomb first. We did it first. The idea that there's no way that we could have some sort of advanced propulsion system and that modern physicists would be aware of the state of the art and they would tell you, yeah, no, this is not possible. I don't think that's correct. I think you could probably, if you were working on something and you had a very specific hierarchy and you were really good at compartmentalization and you were recruiting these people at a very early stage in their career, people with promise, these geniuses, giving them a very high salary, a prestigious position, but then everything's locked down. Cell phones, email, they're under constant surveillance, and if somebody steps out of line, like the lady in Maryland, the Chinese lady.
Yep. And a lot of them.
Yeah.
A lot of them go that way.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical about a lot of the whistleblowers, especially the ones that come out of Air Force intelligence and all of that.
Me too. Even when I'm talking to them, I'm like,
Well, I kind of have that needle of skepticism, and it starts with, do you have a background in intelligence? Yes.
Right.
Military intelligence,
Yeah.
Air Force intelligence.
Yeah.
Are you still on the payroll?
Right.
Did you get your information cleared from the Pentagon?
Yeah.
Do you have a book?
Yeah.
And it all goes. Did you release some photos that were fake? I'm over here. Then you go Bob Lazar. He has none of that stuff. Did the government target you? Did they try to discredit you?
Yeah.
Have you been ostracized? When Lazar came out, I think it was to George Knapp. He didn't say his name.
Right.
He didn't have any books. The first book, I think, was with him and Jeremy in 2019.
Right.
So Lazar, to me, is the most credible of the whistleblowers.
Right.
But Jeremy and George just had a whistleblower a couple of weeks ago who's pretty credible. He's a young guy. He's clearly nervous, and he has some very interesting information about what is it, Immaculate Constellation.
Which guy is this?
I don't remember his name. It's very new.
Is that the bald guy?
No.
No.
The ball guy, I think, is Air Force intelligence, still on payroll. This is a kid whose career is ruined, and he's maybe in his 20s, and you can see he's clearly nervous.
And what is his claim?
His claim is that he was going through some files. He's got top secret clearance, and he found the Immaculate Constellation project, basically a PowerPoint presentation. And his job was just to sort these files. And he's looking through it, and suddenly it's like, whoa, this is about recovery and alien craft. And he did the right thing and went to his superiors and said, there's a leakage. I saw information I maybe wasn't supposed to. I'm just letting you know. And his superiors were like, forget about it. And he's like, and that was it. It's just no reprimand, no nothing. I just went back to work. but he was too fascinated by the document, so he kept pursuing it and pursuing it, and now he talks about it. I don't know his name, but if you track down, Jeremy and George, you'll find it easily. That's the kid.
Yeah. So here's a way that I would kind of, yeah. So
if you track down, Jeremy and George, you'll find it easily. That's the kid.
Yeah. So here's a way that I would kind of try to debunk that. If I was being logical, if I was the government and I did have some very sophisticated propulsion system that's beyond the understanding of what we think to be current state-of-the-art physics, like far beyond that, I think I might release a bunch of horse shit about UFOs.
100%.
Yeah,
Yep.
I might put a bunch of that stuff out there to say, oh, it can't be ours. It's not ours. It's not of this world.
Muddy the waters.
Yeah, not just that, but attach like really kooky stuff to stuff that's real, so that you think the real stuff is kooky.
Right, like the drone scare. Remember that? That was very manufactured, and the press was all over it. We don't know where the drones are. They're all flying over the military bases, all of that stuff.
What do you think that was?
I know what it was. I've seen the NOTAM reports. You know what a NOTAM is?
No.
That's a notice to airmen. So pilots, private pilots, get warning of no-fly zones. And usually you'll see a lot of swaths carved out if like Air Force One's flying through. But for some reason, these NOTAM reports have all these little circles all around that you can't fly through where the drones were. And I've seen that. And when did the drones, they suddenly stopped? When?
Right.
Right before Inauguration Day.
Yeah.
And no one talks about the drones anymore.
Yeah, it's gone.
Gone.
I mean, it was mainstream news all over the place.
And they had people nervous.
Yeah.
They had them nervous, and I think that was the point.
So you think they did it as a psyop just to
Yes.
see how people would react?
I do. And remember, I know nothing.
Right.
But that is my opinion, is that it was a psyop. And that most of this is.
If there are visitors, and there are from somewhere else, wouldn't the best way to prepare us is to start flying a bunch of like really wacky shit that we have in the air and not explain it?
That would be a good way to prepare us.
Get us comfortable with seeing things hovering over New Jersey that defy what our understanding of drone capabilities are in terms of the time that they can stay in the air. Some of them were in the air like for 5 hours.
But if that's what was the reason to get us ready, it backfired because it freaked people out. People were very nervous about it. So our military installations are vulnerable. People were very frightened.
That was the other thing. Like Wright-Patterson Air Force Base had some drones, and then they had to shut the base down.
And Wright-Patterson is like ground zero for all of it. Project Blue
Right.
Book.
Roswell recovery.
went there.
Yeah.
The second crash.
What's the second crash?
The second crash was some miles north and west of there. And you'll hear Doty talk about it. And that's where other pilots were recovered. I think the total of 5
pilots.
The EBEs.
Oh.
The EBEs. And according to Doty and others, one of the EBEs stayed with the government, I think in Los Alamos, for 5 years, till 1952. There was EBA 1 or whatever. He liked strawberry ice cream.
Who doesn't?
Who doesn't, right? That'd be the first thing I do if I went to Planet Serpos. What's the ice cream like here?
Well, just the idea that they would eat like we eat seems crazy.
Right.
And then also they could breathe our air. Like, what are the odds of that?
Well, the theories are, we never see alien shit or whatever. But there's always a rebuttal, is that, they have a metabolism that absorbs nutrients and their waste is recycled and all of that stuff.
Photosynthesis or something.
Something like that.
Well, they do seem genderless. Genderless, giant heads. I always say that the archetype, like the Greys, like Close Encounter Greys, if you go back to like Neanderthals, and then you go back to like Australopithecus, covered in hair, heavily muscled, and then you go to like the average dude who plays Call of Duty. Like, what do we do?
I play Call of Duty.
It's fine. It's a great game. But you know what I'm saying? It's like people become like these frail, muscleless things, and then your head keeps getting bigger and bigger as the mind evolves, and then human capabilities increase in terms of like our ability to communicate telepathically. All these different things. No need for mouth noises anymore, so your mouth shrivels up to this little slit.
And why are the eyes
vestigial.
so big and black?
Yeah.
Because you're evolved underground.
Oh, I thought it was like sunglasses built in.
Well, it could be the same.
Like that's what I thought. I'm like, well, that looks like sunglasses.
Right.
Like if you want to protect your eyeballs, if like your atmosphere is far brighter and you have to be able to see things.
I think there was one retrieval story that had that. Like one of the black eyes was half open, that they thought it might have been something
like a little shield.
Like a shield. Like it's a legit recovery story. I can't remember it offhand.
Like camels have a weird shield over their eyes for sandstorms.
Right.
Yeah, like they have like an eyelid, a clear eyelid that covers over their eyes. They can like go through sandstorms and not get blinded.
It's an interesting point that you brought up about Neanderthals and a lot of people don't know that just about 50,000 years ago, Neanderthals had basically an empire.
Yeah.
Over all of Europe and
for hundreds of thousands of years.
For hundreds of thousands of years. And then suddenly, boom, they're defeated by frail, weak, hairless humans out of caves. And it's attributed to, we figured out a bow and arrow. We could harass from a distance, projectile weapons. And that's how we defeated this vast empire of Neanderthals who were not stupid. Who were
bigger brains than ours.
Bigger brains than ours. They had art, culture, music. They trained in warfare. They had organized warfare. I mean, can you imagine staring down the barrel of a division of organized Neanderthals coming at you?
Right. Like essentially super athletes.
Yes.
With chimpanzee-like strength.
Right. And speed.
Yeah.
And intelligence. And we came out of the caves and defeated them. Okay.
And eyes so large that they think their eyes might have been able to see nocturnally.
Whoa.
Yeah. I love that episode you guys did on Neanderthals. You debunked it at the end, but the idea that they were like more ape-like than they were human. They looked like
Dark
these
skin,
monsters,
yeah.
dark skin, fangs. And
Yeah. That was a cool episode. They're
Yeah.
mostly debunked, but yeah.
But I mean, there probably was some hunting of humans.
For sure.
And when you're dealing with something that's a far superior physical specimen,
yeah, when you
much denser bones,
sure,
much stronger than us,
and when we know that we have some of their DNA in us, and it's when you hear, oh, we interbred with them, it's not precisely how it went down. Most likely,
on us.
It's most likely the women were carried away.
Yeah,
that's how the interbreeding happened.
Yikes!
Yikes!
Or horny men. Some lonely Neanderthal lady.
Some dudes like a big lady.
That'd be fucking so true.
Some fucking warrior children.
That's it. Just want to be cut.
Someone's just got dense bones.
That's fucking
like
hilarious.
A lady with a dense head.
Let's have a dense baby.
Yeah. What does their fucking language sound like?
I don't know.
It's like. We used to think of them as being really stupid, and until they realized that their brain mass is actually larger than ours, and they were capable of language and all these different things. Like, okay, like how did we beat them?
I don't know. That is a puzzle. The answer is projectiles.
Well, it kind of makes sense. I mean, if we were the only ones to figure out bows and arrows and atlatls and all that kind of stuff,
it would work.
Maybe, yeah. Especially if we organized,
But you could still overwhelm. You can overwhelm a few archers we would just throw bodies at it. Warfare's been fought like that for humans forever.
Maybe their language is too crude to allow for that kind of communication, like to strategize and to, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe their language is like very crude, normal day-to-day stuff. I'm hungry. I want to fuck. It was not complicated enough to say, like, we got an issue here. Here's the issue. We got to get around them from the back end, and you guys got to distract them from the front, and this is what we'll do,
I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't make complete sense to me.
Well, why were their brains bigger than ours? That's the weird one. Like, we associate larger brains with more complex thinking. So why would what we think of as the most brutish version of human beings?
I don't know, but don't Neanderthal brains, even though they were larger, had fewer convolutions. So.
Oh, really? Do we know that?
That's part of my research, which most of it's bullshit, but that's what I read. Large brain, but not as powerful. But
interesting. Well, so maybe the large brain was attributable to physical capability.
Just the fact that you can produce music tells me so much about your brain.
And they produced music?
They produce music and
art.
art.
How do we know that?
We found relics and artifacts of it.
Of musical instruments?
Instruments and cave writing and all that stuff. They used needles and thread to make clothing.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, very strange that we beat them.
That's a Neanderthal tool?
Flute.
A
Neanderthal flute?
Some sort of flute.
Whoa, a bone flute.
Made with the bone of your defeated enemy.
Yeah, some dude you ate.
Mm-hmm.
Made a flute out of his shin.
Figured out that death whistle back then too. That's sort of musical.
Oh, the
Yeah,
Aztec death whistle.
It's not the same, but
Aztec death whistle. That's a scary one.
Yeah. Brian Callen blew it on this show in 2019, and COVID started right afterwards.
That's summon the demons.
Yeah.
Brian did it.
Remember that?
Yeah, it was January 2020.
Oh, okay.
It was like weeks before.
Weeks before the lockdown?
COVID was already here.
Might have even been closer.
I think COVID was already here by then.
It's like with the anti-gravity. Why can't we cooperate with the Chinese?
Yeah. Nope.
No. Well, we know how to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's also fascinating to me how many different versions of human beings existed. There's the Hobbit people on the island of Flores.
Right.
That's a
Homo
fascinating one.
floresiensis, something like that.
Floresiensis, whatever it is.
Yep.
Yeah, the 3-foot tall little furry creatures that they think had tools and wore clothing and all that jazz.
Yeah, and there's even the different branches. Like Cro-Magnon is not really from our branch. That's a different. Yeah, we branch from a different branch. So not only
Denisovans.
Right.
And then what are the big head people that they just found recently? This is like super recent. Like there was an article that was made in December of 2024 about this other new branch of the human species that had much larger heads than ours, and they think it was like this really thick, muscular, like heavy human being. What is it called again? Julian. Yeah. Big head people. Yeah.
So they disappeared around the same time as the Neanderthals 50,000 years ago.
Have you seen the images of what the reconstruction? Go to some of the drawings of what these people look like. They look fucking insane.
Were they taller?
I do not know. I don't know how tall they were, but they look fucking cool as shit.
Yeah.
There was like a Jackson one.
Yeah, that's the one I want. That's one, but that's not the one we were looking at. We were looking at one that theorized that it was completely covered in hair.
Interesting.
Yeah. So this is a very recent discovery. So how many? This is the thing. I think something like 90% of the species that have existed, we don't have fossils for.
But 99% of the species ever existed are gone.
Right. But fossils are very difficult to happen because it has to happen in a mudslide. Somehow the body has to be preserved and it's mineralized.
Right. I don't know how many dinosaur complete fossils we have. Of like a T-Rex, I don't even think we have a complete one yet. But 1 or 2 billion T-Rexes lived and died on the planet. We have a couple of skeletons.
Right.
Billions.
Right. Yeah. And it just makes you wonder when they're finding things like this in 2024. How many are yet to be discovered? I mean, how much of the ground's surface has really been excavated to a very high level?
Right.
Yeah.
Very little, and it's very difficult to even dig there.
Because
I mean,
there's
what's happening in
buildings
Turkey is a shame with Göbekli Tepe. Just paving over it and planting orchards on top of it.
They've taken down the orchards.
They did?
Taken down the olive trees. The problem with that was that. And this is Jimmy Corsetti had talked about this long ago, that the issue with them doing this is the roots are going to destroy the artifacts below. And they're like, no, it won't. And then turns out, actually it is. So they had to pull them. And so they pulled the olive trees. But they planted them purposely over the area, which is like...
I'm glad Corsetti's out there. I like him, and I know him pretty well.
He's
and
great.
The Turkish government, I think, has banned him and is trying to get him in trouble here, trying to get him sanctioned.
Sanction? How do you sanction a guy off YouTube? For what?
Look. When CNN was going after you and they were like trying to get Spotify to cancel you, creators like me who go against kind of mainstream were very nervous because like if YouTube just pulled my show, I'm kind of fucked.
Right.
So it's like if they could take down Joe, we're done.
Yeah.
But Spotify, with a lot of respect, hung fast.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Like, if I wasn't on Spotify and I was only on YouTube at the time, I might have been fucked.
Do you
Because
mind?
they were taking people down for actual, real, truthful information.
Yes.
That was, in their eyes, malinformation that would cause vaccine hesitancy.
I'm
Yeah.
still no apologies.
No.
But
No.
it was a risky time, to be non-politically correct, before it was safe to.
Yeah, it was a very dangerous time and weird because it's like instantly dangerous. Like it wasn't like that before. Then all of a sudden, like anything you could say could get your career ruined.
Yep.
And again, everybody turned out to be right. Everybody was right that masks don't work. Everybody was right that the vaccine didn't stop the infection, didn't stop
Wasn't a
transmission.
vaccine.
It wasn't a vaccine. It has a bunch of side effects.
The pangolin is nonsense. I mean,
Yeah,
we
all
knew
of
that all of this. It was just intuitive.
The lab leak theory was racist.
Yeah, it was racist. Oh my goodness, the R word.
They tried anything. They tried anything they could to silence any opposition.
Why?
You were going to say something. Do you mind? You were going to say you had a question, I think.
I forget.
We steamed over it. But we were talking about like the weirdness of that time, about how dangerous it was. Like, it was real touch and go. It was real weird. There was like a lot of forces that were trying to get me removed because I was talking to people that they were deeming quacks. One of them, which is Robert Malone, who has 9 patents on the creation of mRNA vaccine technology. I mean, these are rock solid credentials these people had. They weren't kooks like Jay Bhattacharya. All these people are Stanford, MIT, Harvard, all the people from the Great Barrington Declaration. These are the legitimate researchers and scientists that didn't agree with the narrative, and they were getting them removed from Twitter.
And they had awards through their careers, highly revered and respected, and then suddenly no.
It didn't matter because these people, unfortunately, had a conscience. And they were saying, well, this is not what I know. I am an actual expert, and I do not think that the information they're giving out is correct. So I'm going to speak my mind. And then there's also a concerted effort by Fauci, and his group, to go after these people and to attack these people publicly.
Yes, and when it was very early on, I forget even what paper I had released an op-ed in some paper, criticizing a lot of this and lockdowns. Like my dojo was closed down and was trying to fight with masks on. So I was angry. And then within weeks of that, it suddenly became politicized. And I was like, now I'm fucked. And now it's a political issue? How is this a political issue?
Right.
But it was politicized. And I don't know why. I don't know why it was all shut down.
I think it's all just money. I think the vaccine companies wanted to make as much money as possible. And then anything that contributed to vaccine hesitancy was not for the greater good of public health. It was because the more vaccine hesitancy, the less profit they would have.
Yeah.
I think it's real simple. Yeah.
I agree, but that's really gross.
It is gross. But it's also gross that they would prescribe it for children because it was totally unnecessary. So the only reason why they would prescribe it for children or mandate it for children to get into schools is because they wanted to make as much money as
And hurt
possible. And they
people.
made an insane amount of money. So it did work. It was effective. But boy, did it destroy a lot of credibility.
It certainly did. And it definitely worked. Where my wife was working, it was a mandatory vaccine situation, but she was working remotely, so didn't really have to get it. But I can see that the narrative was starting to catch with her. And I'm like, honey, hold fast. This is a story. It was a left-wing company, and they're just following the narrative. They don't just hold fast and don't get that shot. And she didn't.
Yeah,
Good
luckily.
girl.
I know people that did. I know people that have real fucking problems right now.
Same.
Yeah.
Like they got long COVID suddenly.
Yeah, and it's weird that long COVID is something that mostly affects people that have gotten vaccinated, but they want to call it long COVID. They don't want to call it vaccine injury.
Nope.
It's just, the whole thing is very creepy because it just shows you if something is very clear and obvious and it's a real disease and we know the origin of it now and we know that all this stuff has been done to obscure it, how many other elements of society, how many other stories that are in the news have also been distorted and twisted around in order to promote a very specific narrative? And how effective have they been at doing this? It's not like this is the only time they've ever done this. So COVID was kind of a window into disinformation and about how the government can use these ploys and manipulation and, using these tactics of humiliation, humiliating these established scientists, ruining their careers, attacking their credentials. And what other things have they used these on? What other, geopolitical aspirations have they masked in all this bullshit? Like, the whole thing is just like, it's very disconcerting to find out that the people that have been running the country are super comfortable with lying.
Here's the good news, is the irony of COVID is the forces that were forcing us to be locked down and stay home gave rise to independent creators and journalists and independent thinkers, folks like you. And because of their forcing the lockdowns, they destroyed their own industry.
Yeah.
And there's no going back. I mean, I haven't watched MSNBC or Fox News in years. And you turn it on, it's like, oh, this is just, I hear the same stuff from the left and the right. I just hear the same stuff. I get my news from YouTube, from all different sources, and that's what I want. And they destroyed their own industry.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, like, what is it going to look like, 5-10 years from now? Because 5-10 years ago, you never would have imagined that CNN would lose all its credibility.
No, we watched, Desert Storm on there. Everything.
Always. When you wanted to get the news. And it was always, also, CNN was thought of being as this, like, sort of nonpartisan environment for the news. It just showed you what the news was. And then somewhere along the line, it became very editorialized, very opinion-based, and very, these people telling you to do your own research. Do not do your own research. Like, imagine saying don't read.
Right.
Don't read. You're not smart enough, AJ.
Right.
You think you can go read?
Right.
And absorb information. You're not smart enough to absorb information. Leave that to the experts.
Don't listen to Rogan. He takes horse pills. He got that from his doctor.
Well, it's also calling it horse dewormer was so stupid
It
because
was so
everybody knows
stupid.
it's used on humans.
Oh, ivermectin's in my cabinet.
But it's just a simple Google search would tell you that something's wrong.
That's required medication for
Yeah.
Foreign Service.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where you wonder after something like that has been happening, well, this seems like a playbook they're really comfortable with using. How many other things have they used this on? Like, what other aspects of society are just complete horseshit?
When did it really start?
Right.
Probably
during the 40s. Maybe even before, because if you read War is a Racket by Smedley Butler, that was 33.
General Butler, yeah, the business plot general.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a very, very honest guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys don't know
Jesse
the business
Ventura
plot,
said
worth looking
to read
into,
that
was
book, War
they
is
tried
a
to recruit him
Racket.
to overthrow the government.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he had all the troops at his disposal.
Yeah, that was wild. They were going to have a coup.
They were going to
in
have
the
a
United
coup.
States.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And nobody has answered for that. That's the J.P. Morgans and that whole set.
Correct.
So this kind of thinking has been going on forever. And then this also kind of gatekeeping of it.
For that. That's the J.P. Morgans and that whole set.
So this kind of thinking has been going on forever. And then this also kind of gatekeeping of information, like hiding the truth from people in order to preserve narratives, in order to preserve power and authority.
Well, let's go back to Butler for a quick second. You've got Tesla, who gets funded by J.P. Morgan to create wireless technology, but Tesla gets a little ambitious and says, I'm going to do wireless communication, but I'm going to take your $150,000. I'm going to do wireless energy, and we'll do free energy around the world. And Morgan's like, how do you put a meter on that? Tesla's like, what do you mean? This propel mankind forward. Morgan pulls his funding, tells everyone in the investment class, this guy's a kook, and if you invest with him, you don't do business with me. A few years later, Wardenclyffe Tower gets torn down. Tesla dies in poverty.
Yeah.
And where are those 20 boxes?
Yeah.
And why was the government so quick to respond to that crime scene?
Yeah, they showed up at that guy's house quick. They gathered up all that information. I wonder what they got from that.
Uncle John Trump there was in charge of that.
Right.
What did they get in those boxes?
Donald Trump's uncle reviewed Tesla's death ray secrets and found mysterious royal letters.
I think they...
Well, he looks like a Trump, doesn't he?
He kind of does.
That's what Trump would look like if he didn't do the comb over.
Wasn't he working out of Wright-Patterson as well?
Was he?
For this?
Dun, dun, dun. Wright-Patterson is a weird place. Like, they think that that's where one of them is.
Yes.
Yeah. You know the Nixon story with Jackie Gleason?
I know that Gleason was into UFOs. Tell the story.
The story is Gleason got into UFOs because him and Nixon were drinking one day, and Nixon was like, "You want to see some shit?"
I wish I was drinking with that.
Can you imagine? And then he takes him. He flies him out to wherever the base is and shows him a crashed UFO and these bodies that they have in freezers.
And it was Wright Patterson?
I do not know. I don't know if Jackie Gleason ever said. The story came from Gleason's wife, and it was an article in some sort of a magazine. But then there's the house that Gleason built in upstate New York that looked like a UFO. Like Gleason built a home. Yeah, that was like a disc.
I'm going to look into this. It's
That's
such a good story. I wonder where they went.
Reportedly would have been in Homestead Air Force Base. It might be in Florida.
In 73.
I think that's where they were when they were playing golf and
Embalmed. Was reportedly shown embalmed bodies of 4 alien beings. Dun, dun, dun.
So Nixon exposes the UFOs to a civilian, and then it does not go well for Richard Nixon after that.
Well, I think what went badly for Richard Nixon was that Richard Nixon was inquiring as to who killed JFK, and he said he thought he knew, and he was kind of talking about it publicly, and they're like, okay.
Yep.
And they had already, brought in Gerald Ford, kicked out Spiro Agnew. They got rid of him. Gerald Ford, who was also in the Warren Commission report.
That's right.
And then all of a sudden, Nixon and Watergate happens.
Nixon, the most popular president of all time.
Of all time. And it turns out that Bob Woodward was actually an intelligence agent, and this is his first project ever.
Operation Mockingbird.
And then the people that were involved in the break-in, all FBI.
G. Gordon Liddy.
Yeah, the whole thing is a coup.
All was a coup, all was a setup.
Yeah, and we're all parroting, Nixon was a crook. That guy was a crook. He was this or that. Like, they did a great job. Actually an intelligence agent, and this is his first project ever.
Operation Mockingbird.
And then the people that were involved in the break-in, all FBI.
G. Gordon Liddy.
Yeah, the whole thing is a coup.
All was a coup, all was a setup.
Yeah, and we're all parroting, Nixon was a crook. That guy was a crook. He was this or that. Like, they did a great job. The PSYOP was wonderful.
I'm a patsy.
Yeah.
They say it over and over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's all really, really interesting stuff. But it's just, what it boils down to with stuff like your show, like how much is real, And when you have these mysteries, one of the amazing things about mysteries is you're never going to run out of topics.
No.
There's so many of these things.
And as long as there's a U.S. government, I'm good. As long as the CIA exists,
they're always going to be hiding something. But the fun ones are always the alien ones. That's the most fun ones. The alien ones, the ancient civilization ones. Like, what do you think when
Flight of the Phoenix.
When you go over the Bob Lazar story, like what do you? How much of you cries bullshit? How much of you's like,
I'm more on the side. I think he's the most credible whistleblower because he
didn't profit from
didn't
it.
profit, and they prosecuted him for running a prostitution ring. You know,
Which maybe he was.
which I think he was. I think he was kind of pandering, but
Well,
he
they also raided him during the Jeremy Corbell documentary. While they're filming the documentary, the FBI raided his facility, and they said they were looking for something. And supposedly he has a version or a sample of stable element 115.
What?
That's supposedly. Yeah, and that's supposedly what they were looking for.
Well, of course.
Supposedly he had gotten that from the lab, and when he was at S4, and that he had managed to smuggle out a stable chunk of this element 115. And there was a video that George Knapp had from back in the 80s, where Lazar was demonstrating how this stuff bends light and what it does. Like, it has weird effects.
How soon after that raid was 115 is now called Moscovium? How soon after that raid was 115 synthesized? I think it was synthesized in Russia.
Well, synthesized by a particle collider, and so the when they got it is a very temporary, quickly dissolving form, but they proved its existence.
Mm-hmm.
And supposedly, what Lazar is saying, wherever these beings are from, they obviously have a completely different environment, and they have a stable version of this element.
Yep.
And this element is crucial to this gravity propulsion system.
Yes.
That it's a part of this reactor. It gets bombarded with radiation, produces this gravity field, allows you to just slingshot through the universe.
I don't know. Are they working to stabilize it? I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, man.
Why would they raid Bob Lazar?
That's that
Yeah.
spectrum of believability again.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Here's a guy who's being attacked and tormented.
In the middle of filming the documentary.
I mean, I
it's
just
like-
had my first IRS audit. I don't know how you're doing.
Oh, what'd you do?
I didn't do anything. I don't work in weed anymore.
What do you think they were auditing you for? What when you go over all your episodes?
I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
What do you think? Definitely coincidence. What do you think are the most problematic?
Most problematic for me are probably the
CIA ones.
The CIA ones. The one I did that ended with the Agent Orange kind of expose was a kind of a dangerous one. It was the dark history of DARPA and all the bad stuff that DARPA's done since its founding. It's done some horrible stuff. And that was an episode I was afraid to release. There's been a couple of those. You know,
Really?
MK Ultra is kind of afraid to release because I name names. A scary, how Lyme disease might have been a lab leak.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
That's
Bobby Kennedy fully believes that.
That was Eric Traub was like the chief Nazi bio-warfare specialist that was brought here, Operation Paperclip, and
we do know that there have been some studies done where they were trying to devise diseases that they could aerial spray, whether it's through bugs or something, onto a population, overwhelm their medical system so they'd be easier to defeat.
That's
So you'd
documented.
the entire enemy super weak, everybody's weak over there, and then
Also
operations-
documented is some ticks got out.
Dun, dun,
Dun, dun, dun, some ticks got out. So it's, when you look at Lyme, Connecticut as ground zero and it just spreads from there and there was no Lyme disease before, that's a scary one to release.
Yeah.
But whenever I get into Operation Paperclip, I always hammer home. These are Nazis. Werner von Braun is not a hero. He's a hero, but he's not a hero. A lot of these guys, these are all evil dudes. And most of the Operation Paperclip was just bringing over intelligence assets. They don't like
Correct.
talking about that. It's the 1,200 scientists that we learned about. It's not the 6,000 intelligence agents that just lived here in the 70s and 80s.
Right. Oh, with their fucking dueling scars on their faces.
Yeah.
Scary looking dudes, like right out of Indiana Jones.
Right. SS on the shoulder.
And that's what was a part of NASA. That was running NASA. Like
Right.
Werner von Braun was an actual Nazi, and he was the head of NASA.
And SS Nazi.
Yeah. Yep.
The V1 rocket program killed 3,000 people in London, but killed 30,000 Jewish slaves building the rocket. 10 times more people died building the thing. And if you didn't work hard enough in the rocket factory, they would just hang you from the rafters. But von Braun said he didn't know anything about it. And all of his team said, we didn't know anything about it. Okay.
Well, that's convenient.
Well, every time I bring up someone who's from there, I just remind everybody, these are Nazis, these are liars, these are bad dudes. That doesn't mean, they didn't do amazing things for America, because you could do both.
Yeah, that's what's weird.
The V1 rocket eventually becomes Saturn V, which takes us to the moon, allegedly.
That's allegedly.
Yeah,
That's my favorite one.
Same.
Did you ever see the episode I did with Bart Sabrell?
Yes, and I talk to Bart from time to time.
He's all in.
All in.
For decades.
Eventually, I'm going to do a conversation podcast, and he'll be one of the first guys I have on.
I had dinner with Bart Sabrell in like the year 2000, 2003 or something like that. I had dinner with him in Los Angeles. I had seen A Funny Thing Happen on the Way to the Moon. What year was that?
Great documentary.
Released? What year was A Funny Thing Happen on the Way to the Moon released? So it was like shortly thereafter. Somehow I do not even remember how I got connected with him. But we had dinner in Los Angeles at this Italian restaurant. I sat down with him.
2001.
2001. Yeah, so it was probably around 2003 that Bart and I had dinner. And then, 22 years later, I had him on the podcast.
I need
He's
to look
still
at it.
going after it.
Oh yeah. He still emails me, and I'm like, Bart, I'll have you on. I'm still building the studio.
Well, he's so all in on this, and the more you talk to him, the more you go, God damn it, he might be right.
He might be. I debunk a lot of his claims. but
Which ones?
Not all of them. Like the parallel shadows and how how a shadow on the moon should be completely black, but that's not really true. And shadows.
Well, things are reflective, and the surface is
Of course.
reflective. That's part of the issue. But the parallel shadows are fucking weird. Like, you could find a reason why these intersecting shadows could exist, but it also could be more than one source of light. Like,
Sure.
There's a lot of weirdness to it.
And shadows are not parallel. They don't work that way. Shadows disappear to the horizon.
Right.
There are no parallel shadows.
Right, but going in completely different directions is very odd.
It's odd.
It's
but
very odd. That's not nearly as odd as there's so many different things. There's so many things, like how goofy it looks when that craft lifts off from the moon and takes off into space, and it's wobbling around like it's on a fucking string.
It looks like it's on a string, and
it looks so fake.
the camera tracks it nicely.
Yeah, pans.
But it's
from where?
From
Houston.
From Houston with the 7-second delay or whatever.
How about the fact that Nixon is on the phone with them
in real time?
In real time, like you know what kind of delay there would be with 1969 technology communicating. Like one of the reasons why Gus Grisham, the big theory is that Gus Grisham was murdered because he wasn't willing to go along with it. Gus Grisham hung a lemon on the lunar module because he wasn't able to communicate with the tower from Earth. The communication system wasn't working, and he's like, "This is a fucking lemon," and he puts a lemon on a coat hanger and hangs it on the thing, and then.
Well, let's go back and look at the original films, and maybe we'll learn something.
Oh, they don't have them anymore.
Gone.
They're gone.
They don't
what
know.
about the telemetry data? That's really important.
Gone.
Oh.
With the episode I did on the moon, which is a fun one, I even have a NASA scientist saying we don't know how to redo the technology. We just lost it.
Yeah.
Didn't write anything down or nothing.
And then there's the reality of the Van Allen radiation belts.
That's true. That it could be explained scientifically.
Can it?
The radiation is high particles, high voltage, all that, but they're spread wide apart, so you just got to go really fast through them.
Right, but it took hours to get through it.
It did, but they still were moving fast.
Or it would kill everybody.
Or it would kill everybody. This is one of these
nobody but the Apollo astronauts ever got through that. What I always say is, like, they never even flew a chicken through that shit and had it come back alive.
No.
And they're just going to try it out with people?
Laika the dog did not survive when they threw Laika up there.
Well, how about Operation Starfish Prime, where they shot a nuke into there to try to blow a hole through it, and it wound up making it more radioactive?
Of course.
They're going to blow a hole in the Van Allen radiation belt so they could just pop through that hole.
Right, and now thanks to that, we've got the South Atlantic anomaly where there's just no protection anymore. We appreciate all that.
They blew out the power in Hawaii.
Right.
Yeah, they fucked up the grid. They were detonating nukes in space.
Really crazy.
People in the 1950s and 60s were buck wild.
They were.
They had so much power. There was no internet. There was no oversight. And they were doing things that were completely new, like nuclear bombs. And they're like, let's see if it does this.
Even Oppenheimer, they didn't know it was going to happen.
That's fucking
They
crazy.
had a more than 0% possibility that it was going to cause a chain reaction that would destroy the entire environment of the Earth.
Yes.
And they were like, let's see.
Well, we got to try it.
There's only one way to know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's detonate it.
And something like Bikini Atoll, which I think was Castle Bravo, was like 3 times more powerful than they thought. It's like we're going for 10 kilotons, but we got 30. Dude, you got to carry the one. Be careful. Be careful. Just be careful.
Carry the one.
I don't even know why we messed with it.
Yeah, it's too late.
Too late.
The genie's out of the bottle. So if you had a bet, if you had $100,000 and you can give a bet, we went to the moon, we didn't go to the moon.
We didn't.
Well, that money's not enough. But gun to the head.
Gun to the head.
Gun to the head. We went to the moon without people. That's what I would go with. But let me preface by saying, my head, I'm like a bobblehead. I go back and forth, and I can be convinced one way or the other. It's a very complicated issue. Like, I can be convinced both ways.
There's also the weird footage that looks like they're on wires, where they're pulled up when they fall down.
You could see the reflections.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I get into
weird.
It's a good episode. I get into all of that. I cover Bart. Buzz Aldrin knows how to throw a shot.
Kind of. Didn't get his hip into it. Old shoulders. But it's also the thing is that, like, every other technology from 1969 is cheaper, easier, and faster to reproduce today, except the moon landing.
Right.
That no one has ever done it again. No one has ever even been to deep. Not human beings have ever even been to deep space.
There's no. I don't know why. You know, if we could 3D print anything, why don't we send the 3D printer up into orbit, and then every time Elon launches a Starlink, just bring some substrate, bring some wire, and just deliver it there. Every time, because you're going to do 10,000 of them. Just bring some wire, bring some aluminum, and we can just build this stuff in orbit. We don't have to worry about escaping gravity. Just build stuff up, 3D print stuff in orbit.
It sounds a little more complicated than you're making it out to be, but I see what you're saying. Well, you know, the film footage, the lost footage that Sabrell had is also very compelling, where it looks like they're filming the moon from, 30,000 miles out, but then when they pull the covers off the windows, it shows you they're actually in near Earth orbit.
It fills up the whole window, and they even say in that film, we've got the camera right up against the window. No one can get in between it.
But then someone walks in.
Someone
between
walks
the camera
by,
and the
and
thing.
then you see what looks like a piece of plastic go whoosh,
Yeah.
and then everything opens up.
That's a hard one to explain.
It is,
and not for public display.
Not for right. That's absolutely right.
And also, the why would you ever delete all of the original film?
Right.
What? Why would you destroy the original film? Why would they lose the telemetry data?
And we don't even have a direct feed because they broadcast the feed on a wall and then pointed a TV camera at the wall.
Yeah.
And that's what we see.
Yeah, that's why it looks so shitty on television in 1969.
Because the networks were like, hey, can we get the live feed? And NASA's like, you don't need that.
It's so weird.
It's weird.
It's a weird one. It's also just weird that we keep saying we're going to go back and we still never even get out of Earth's gravity or never even get out of Earth's atmosphere. Or Earth's orbit, rather.
As soon as the Chinese start mining like helium-2 or whatever, we'll get there.
And people always say, "Oh, well, there's photographs of the lunar lander on the moon. You can see it." Like, how'd they get that buggy up there? How'd they piece that buggy together? In
Yeah,
that little tiny ass fucking lunar module.
Because you can't see the tracks up there. If you believe the stuff.
Right, what does that mean? How easy is it? There's video of me selling Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Oh, I gotta look that up.
There's you know what I'm saying? There's
I gotta write that down.
It might not even be Kentucky Fried Chicken, but it's like there's AI video of me hawking all kinds of stuff that I've never even seen.
I know, you show up in my feed. I'm like, oh, he's selling chicken.
And it's all fake. But that is easy to fake because it's blurry nonsense photos.
In my episode on the face on Mars, I show exactly how NASA copy and pasted cloud formations.
Yeah.
You literally see it's the same cloud formations. And then you see the Mars photos. They copy and pasted chunks on Mars. They did that. Like, I didn't make that up.
What do you mean by that? They copy and pasted chunks on Mars?
You've got this Martian rock face.
Cydonia.
Cydonia is where the face was, and the alleged city, and
what
all
about
kinds
that square.
And the square's crazy.
The square, but that's a recent one that we've been seeing.
Yep.
That one's nuts.
Cydonia was one of the original landing places, and they changed it at the last minute. Why? I won't land there and go to the face. Let's see, because if you don't know the story about the face on Mars, the first images, it does look like a face, and then suddenly the images got blurrier, and then it was just kind of a plateau. It was, pareidolia. It wasn't really a face.
Right.
Well, then land there. Drive, Sojourner over there, whatever. Let's have a look.
What's crazy is that the face is right down the street from the square.
Yes.
The square, to me, is way more compelling than the face. Because if the second images were more clear and it really is just, how do you say that word again?
Pareidolia.
Pareidolia. If that's really what it is, that kind of makes sense. Because the first one's like real blurry and shitty, and it's from the 70s.
True.
Right? But this square is nuts.
Right. It looks geometrical.
You
Yeah.
know, right angles.
And an actual square, or at least similar to a square. It looks like a structure made out of right angles, and it's on the fucking moon. I showed it to Elon Musk. He's like, "Oh, very interesting. We should probably go up there and look around."
We should.
Yeah.
I mean, they're finally admitting that Mars used to have an atmosphere and oceans, giant oceans. They're
And
finally
they
admitting
found
it.
frozen water on
Yep.
Mars. Yeah, which is like, okay.
Yep.
Well, if we go back millions and millions of years, like what did it look like? What was going on there?
Remember, they sent Joe McMoneagle to remote view back on Mars.
Oh, what did he say?
He said he saw giant, tall beings there in a very advanced society. And Joe McMoneagle, part of the Project Stargate remote viewer, so that he goes into his thing and he's drawing the aliens and the cities and all of that, but he didn't know where he was looking. They wouldn't tell you at first. And then he's done. He comes out of his trance or whatever, opens the envelope, and it says Mars with coordinates 1 million BC or something. He said he saw stuff. And Stargate again, Ingo Swann saw all kinds of stuff on the far side of the moon, which I don't hear covered a lot with Ingo, but he remote viewed the moon because he always wanted to do more stuff. He's like, I don't want to look at a bridge. I want to go to the moon. And he said he saw structures on the far side of the moon that sound a lot like Carl Wolf disclosed in 2001.
What did he disclose?
Carl Wolf, Air Force airman. He's basically a technician. Think of a Xerox repairman. He has to fix some imaging equipment for NASA/DOD. It's images from the moon surveyor. So he goes in. It's a dark room. The guy's working there. The guy's like, Carl, look at this. It's pictures of the dark side of the moon. He sees domes, towers, roads, all kinds of stuff. And he can't believe it. And Carl goes home and he's told his wife, I can't wait to see this on the news. This is crazy what we found on this is a civilization on the moon. And it just goes away. And Carl Wolf said he saw that.
Remote viewing.
No, photographs.
He saw photographs.
He saw photographs of it. He saw photographs.
Who took the photographs?
It was the moon surveyor satellite that takes pictures all the time. It's like we have images, we have stuff around the moon. I don't know why there's no webcam. I don't know why we can't just tap into
Throw
the
a
image.
satellite up there.
Something. They're there. Just send a signal back. I read that they just got like 5G working in space. Send us a signal. Put a webcam on the ISS. Let us tune in. So Carl Wolf saw that stuff. Ingo Swann saw the same things, but he saw actual beings there. And he said they were able to sense his consciousness. And he snapped out of it. He said, aliens are on the far side of the moon, and they are not our friends. It's a very interesting story. Ingo Swann, very interesting cat.
So what took these photographs?
The moon surveyor, lunar surveyor, satellite.
And none of that stuff's ever been released?
Oh, they released a lot of images from the far side, but they release what they release. That's why we know there's fewer impacts on the far side, because we've seen those images.
But there's no images of these domes or whatever.
No. I've seen some that maybe are faked, that look pretty compelling. I forget what episode I just showed them in, but when I found them, it was mind-blowing. And I can't find them again for some reason. I wanted them for another episode, and I can't find the photos, which is always suspicious to me. It's like suddenly the thing is blurry off of Malibu. It's like you just can't find the stuff. But my gut tells me something's going on up there. Someone's aware of it. I'm dying to know what it is.
It would be unbelievable if Mars was the first planet that had life before Earth was capable of supporting life. It reached a very high level of sophistication and then started seeding Earth.
Right. Panspermia theory.
Yeah.
I believe we have at least one rock from Mars that just landed here. I think we have one of those. So from maybe a giant impact or something through some of Mars over here.
But the idea, I think, is that their atmosphere was deteriorating, or that they were getting further and further from the sun.
Their magnetic field was weakening, strips away the atmosphere.
And so this would be the thing. If you were a super advanced civilization, the race would get so advanced that you could leave your planet.
Yes.
And that's the only way you're going to survive, because eventually your planet is going to move over millions of years further and further away from the sun, not able to inhabit life anymore.
Right. So maybe send your DNA or whatever to the third rock.
or Anunnaki.
Or Anunnaki.
That's the good one.
Yeah, they show up everywhere.
That's the ultimate one.
That is the big one. The Anunnaki's the big one.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's one that makes you go, oh.
Because it shows up everywhere. It shows up in the Bible. It shows up in the Mahabharata. It shows up in ancient Chinese literature.
Yeah.
Shows up everywhere. Not always called the Anunnaki, but the Anunnaki, and then they have their servile species that could be the Nephilim, could be the giants, and then they take these primitive humans, give them just enough intelligence to mine the gold. It's part of the lore.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Oh, it's the best one.
Mm-hmm.
It's the best one because when you do look at ancient Sumer and you look at their detailed map of the solar system, you're like, what the fuck is that? Like, how did they figure that out?
Right.
Like, you're talking about 6,000 years ago, they had depictions of the planets all in the proper area. Like, they weren't the exact right size, but, like, the bigger ones were in the place where the bigger ones would be, the smaller ones in the place where the smaller ones would be. It was representative. And the sun looks like a sun. Like, it's got the rays around it.
Right.
Showing that this is the center of the solar system.
Right, and this is how many thousands of years before Copernicus, right?
Yeah.
Didn't even know. Something I don't think it doesn't get enough attention is when these ancient cultures are obsessed with equinoxes. A lot of people think equinoxes when day and night are the same, but that's not what that is. When day and night are the same, it's called an equilux, and it's different for everybody on Earth, depending on where you are. An equinox is when the sun is over the center of the Earth's equator. Well, how did you know there was an equator? So Stonehenge is aligned to the equinoxes. How did you know there was an equator? And how was the pyramid, the sizes are directly divisible to a number like 43,200 that could be factored in to calculate the circumference of the Earth.
Right.
So you can calculate the equinox. How did they do that?
Right, and how is it pointed to true north, south, east, and west?
How did they do that?
Why does it mirror the stars of the Orion Belt?
But mirrors them 30,000 years ago because of precession.
Right.
So I'm in the camp that the Egyptians found the pyramids, not built them. But I'm glad Zahi's not here.
Well, that would, get you to the ancient civilization theory. But when you're looking at an ancient civilization that is as complex as Egypt, and then you factor in the Anunnaki story and all these other things, you got to think, like, why were the Egyptians so advanced? Like, where did they learn this from?
Christopher Dunn has the answer.
The power plant?
Power plant.
Yeah. Is that what you think?
It's one of my favorite episodes because you can either watch my stupid thing with the fish, or the better thing is to just buy Chris's books and read the science. Don't be a sheep. The next one's gonna have taxes are theft.
For people who don't know, if you haven't watched the show, Hecklefish talks shit from the aquarium during the entire show. It's really a funny little. It makes the show fun because those shows you're not totally taking it seriously.
Right.
You have a talking fish who talks shit to you the entire time.
What I'm trying to do is take weird topics, complex topics, break them down, make them accessible to everybody, have a good time, get you thinking on your own. If I get things wrong, that's okay. As long as you go out and just get interested in stuff. That's what I'm trying to do. Have fun and get you interested.
Have you been looking at all under the structures underneath the pyramid?
Yes, I'm skeptical of that research because if you look at the imaging, I don't see the coils or any of that stuff. I don't see it. They also said they found the tomb of Nefertiti. No, the tomb of Osiris. But it just looked like splotches on radar. And they haven't released any of that information to the scientific community. Nothing's peer reviewed. But when it first hit the news, I was like, that supports the power plant theory, the coils and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a feeling that their research will be debunked. Hope I'm wrong.
Really? Well, they released more of it, and because they released more of it, and the conversations that Graham Hancock and Brian Murarescu had with them, they were initially skeptical as well. They've come around more to thinking that these guys might be onto something, because they've done this multiple times now with multiple scans. And they keep getting the same results, and it does kind of look like coils when you look at the images. First of all, the pillars, the fact these pillars are uniform, and then the fact that the structure goes down 2 kilometers into the earth.
Yep.
Like, maybe people 4,500 years ago were so motivated Zawi said that it's like, this is the project of the entire country, the pride of the country. Okay, maybe, but 2 kilometers down, like we're starting to get real crazy.
I mean, if you look at the Khufu pyramid, perfect, and then you look at the pyramids that were built later that we know were Egyptian built, and it's like the Timu version. It's like you're not even. It's like a mess. It's just a pile of rocks.
Yeah.
Where the Great Pyramid is precise. And there's no reasons for these different chambers and the chemical residue. Why? And why are there copper rods going down into the aquifer, which is exactly the technology Tesla was using at Wardenclyffe Tower, the same exact technology. Why? There's hydrochloric acid. We have evidence of that. And we've got the zinc sulfide, and it creates hydrogen atoms that go up the gallery. And then there's an opening that's exactly the right wavelength for hydrogen to flow through. And it resonates at 440 hertz, and it makes an F-sharp chord. And you've got it's tuned inside the king's chamber to exactly that chord. Or, maybe it's just a place for a dead guy. Why use rose quartz, which is so highly, the rose granite is so dense with quartz. It's very rare, but it creates a lot of piezoelectricity when you apply pressure to it. And hydrogen could do that if you pumped it through the king's chamber.
It's so fascinating to me that the gatekeepers are so they're so reluctant to even consider any possibility that it might have been something other than what they've initially asserted.
It's frustrating, but it ruins their career and their reputation. It's like everything you said was wrong.
Over time, I have a buddy who just went to Egypt, and he hired these 2 archaeologists to take him on a tour, and both of them were saying there is no way the actual mainstream story is accurate. They're like, there's no way. Like